Play alone or with a friend, but mix them and you won't stand a chance. It's challenging. It's overwhelming.
Hey, Yoshi!
It's Yoshi, the new puzzle game for Game Boy or NES. Now you're playing with power.
Hey, you look thirsty. Stock up on Orange Cola. 2 liters, just 89 cents. Or cool off with a refreshing Zalg, only $4.99 a month. Plus, name brand salts, only 67 cents. And save on individually wrapped wheat squares. Just $1.79 for a pack of 10. But hurry, at these prices, supplies won't last.
Plus 6 free strategy guides on a hot new game. That's twice the power for still $15. Wow, call now.
I'm a milk drinker. I care about this body of mine. Staying fit, healthy, trim. Milk is beautiful nutrition without a lot of calories. And even if you never give your body this kind of workout, think about what you do give it. Milk. It does a body good.
ほら吸い込んだまた吸い込んだ吸い込んだらカービィ強くなるそれパラソルだそれハンマーだ出てくる敵キャラやっつけろほら吸い込んだまた吸い込んだ吸い込んだらカービィ
星のカービィがファミコンソフトになったすっごくカラフル
ますますやんちゃ星のカービィ夢の泉の物語よろしく
I decided to test Heinz ketchup myself to see why more folks choose it. And you know what happened? Heinz didn't run. Then I tasted Heinz, because to me that's proof. One taste, and I knew which ketchup I liked best.
Unbeatably thick, rich Heinz is America's 3-to-1 choice over any other single ketchup. Taste it for yourself.
No contest.
Heinz, America's favorite for thick, rich ketchup.
When people set about fixing things, they naturally head for Sears. You'll find Craftsman hand tools like these, guaranteed forever, in more toolboxes, Craftsman mowers in more backyards, weather beater paint on more brushes, and more people clean up with a Kenmore washer than any other. They're all America's best sellers.
5/8.
That's a recommendation you can trust from a few million of your neighbors.
There's more for your life at Sears.
This is an important message for customers who have recently purchased Omega Mart lemons. Some customers have confused Omega Mart lemons with lemons. For that, we're sorry. Please return this product to Omega Mart immediately, or for assistance, please call the number on your screen. For your safety, this product has been removed from our shelves and will be carefully disposed of. Omega Mart thanks you for your continued trust.
Power, power, power. Now, you are playing with power. 世界を制した
All right, what's up, everybody? How's it going? We are about to start a new journey. How do you like my hair? What's up, Legacy? We got Noah. We got Papa. What's up, dude? Oh my God, the wig. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, fingers gotta be in there. Objection! It's the best wig I've done so far. I've been eating Omega lemons. Is that what's wrong with me? Maybe, dude. Here is perfect. Thank you, thank you. The twin tail bangs. Hell yeah, dude. Every time I look at the screen, they become one. But when I look at you guys, they should be two. Oh, don't do the gesture shit. Okay, I got a new webcam. I got that obs bot I've been looking at. But if I put my hand up too long next to my face, it'll start tracking me. So I got to figure out how to turn this stuff off. But yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoy it. Here's the get up. I got a bracelet as well. I mean, it's a watch, but he has a bracelet, which looks pretty cool. Looks like Mume. Our VTuber for Hollow. Oh, they have this thing in the front or something. You know, I never thought about that. Is that what he's trying to be, like an owl? You think that's what like his motif is or something somehow? 1000% love it. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. I had to do some modifications to this to make it look a little bit better too, because it was a little too plain. Had to spruce it up a little bit. But anyways, yeah, so we're starting episode 1. We don't have anything to recap. I guess we can talk about what's happened so far in the series for us. So we started out as Phoenix Wright, and you know, we're a rookie defense attorney, and through 3 games we became pretty much a legendary defense attorney by the end of it. And then after that, we followed Edgeworth and his adventures as a detective. Well, he was still like a prosecutor, yada yada, but he was basically investigating. And we went through, we met the president of another country. We, you know, dealt in foreign affairs, and we got to learn a lot about Edgeworth's past, which was pretty cool. That episode 1 title, though, I know. That's the first thing I commented on when I turned the game on. I was like, oh, is that really what the first one's called? All right. That's what we're doing right now. Turnabout Trump, truth turns toxic. There you go. Fake news. That's funny. But yeah, anyways, so we ended the Ace Attorney investigation series with, you know, having met let's see, all the new people. We got Kay. I wonder if Kay could turn up. Who knows? We got Uncle Ray. Maybe we'll see Uncle Ray. Who knows? Who else is new? We met Detective Bad throughout the whole thing. That was cool. Callisto, which I doubt she'll ever come back, but she was cool. I liked Callisto a lot. Well, where are some other new faces? Oh, Lang. It'd be cool to see Lang again. That'd be pretty cool. Maybe Courtney. Hello, Stella. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm banking on Emma's big sis. Ooh, you want to see, what was her name? Sky. What was her name? Something Sky. Oh man, Valerie? Valerie Sky? Was that her name? I can't remember. I think it might have been Valerie. I could be wrong though. But yeah, Emma would be great. I would love to see Emma. Look at cosplay. Hell yeah. Boom. Objection. I'll have to do some new pop-ups as Apollo Justice. Honestly, I never did any pop-ups as Edgeworth, so I need to get pop-ups for both, honestly. So I got some work to do. But now that I have the wig and the bangs, I gotta scrunch down so you can see the whole bangs. Also, I get cropped a little bit. Came out great. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think so too. I think the tinfoil thing worked pretty well. I think I could have done it a little bit better, but all in all, I think it was better than I've ever done. So I think I'm definitely improving with my skills here. I want more Detective Bad. It'd be cool to see Detective Bad. Yeah. I mean, we got to see him in the last one. I guess he was in a flashback in the last one because he went to prison in the first investigation game because he was part of the Yatagarasu gang or whatever. But this game has, as far as we know, nothing to do with any of those people. This has to do with Apollo Justice and our journey. What am I going to do? Am I just Dom Justice or Dynamite Justice or Apollo Dynamite, or I don't know. You guys help me out. We had Dom Worth and we had Dom Right, but I guess I could be Dom Justice. A Dom of Justice. There you go. Okay, I can see where you're going with that. Okay. That's him with the justice. Don Paulo. Okay. A little bit of a mouthful, but I think it's fun. It's fun. You know who we really need? That French chef that came on to Phoenix and a little too strong. Yeah, Chef Armstrong, I believe was his last name. Hell yeah, dude. I would love to see him again. That'd be so funny. And just go to that place. Dom Dozo Justice? Oh, that's if I do this face. Oh, nope. Never mind. I don't have that button up. Sorry. we're in DS mode. That's the same button I usually have the Dom Dozo face on. I don't think I have a quick button for that here. I don't. Damn. I need to make another backup Dom Dozo button. Alright, well, you guys ready to start Turnabout Trump? Apparently Trump's gonna be in this one. Great, right? Fucking fantastic. Hopefully we get to take him down. He's got his baby Yoda ready. Alright, let's do it. And since we are in a an English translated like natively game, we get to go back to shouting stuff, so that's exciting. Assuming they kept that. All right, here we go. Episode 1, Turnabout Trump. Oh. 1 sec, we might have to start over. I think you guys don't have the audio. You just have the music I have in the background. Hold on. There, now you guys should have it. Pause the music. There we go. We didn't miss too much. We're good. We got a card game. Showdown time. Oh shit, there's some high hands. Somebody's not playing by the rules. You lose. Ugh! He's got a bottle. Eek! He's reaching. Ugh. Ooh, cell phone rings. That was a cool, like, cinematic transitions, though. Seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. Thank you for the meow, Papa. Meow. When Astro watches this new game, I wonder how she'll respond to the main character. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I've never really got to hear say much about my cosplays. Who knows? This one could be a fun one, though. With the big hair like this, I think it could be a lot of fun. All right, April 20th. Oh, 4:20, 9:37 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 3. This fucking smoke comes out of the courtroom or whatever. Big cloud of smoke. Hell yeah, Hitler's birthday. Oh, I thought Hitler's birthday was the 30th. I thought I shared a birthday with Hitler. Is that not true? Thank goodness. I think I got misinformed somewhere. All right, here we go. 420 blaze up on the courtroom. Hell yeah.
Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit it, I'm nervous.
Nah, good morning. I don't know who's talking about. Oh, it's this guy. Good morning. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? Mom spaghetti, I know, yeah, the palm sweaty, oh yeah. I'm fine. I get up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech.
I overdid it again.
Is Apollo going to be a bit of an eccentric dude? A little bit of a spaz or something? I'm already kind of getting that from him a little bit. It's our introduction so far. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift cotton, sir! I'm all over that drift! As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir! One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. Gulp. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants me to help him out. Of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him, no way. He's getting a little leery, isn't he? Oh, look who this guy is, huh? He looks like a handsome, familiar man. Whoa! Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today.
First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest.
Why, because he's so handsome?
I think I'm supposed to say something, help?
So you're... Fine, I'm fine. Ha, Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name.
Well, we're off to a great start.
Something must be wrong in Japanifornia if a new attorney's first trial is a murder case, dude, right? I mean, that's pretty much the same for Phoenix, though, right? Because it was his first trial, was the murder case of that lady. That was his... I mean, it's even worse because Phoenix's first case was his best friend was accused of murdering his girlfriend, and he was defending his best friend, so there's conflict of interest. It's a murder case, so absolutely, there's always been something wrong in Japanifornia. I think that's what we're getting to the bottom of. It's always sink or swim in this court system. Are you sure? Okay, wait. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin's a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why? You'll see. Huh? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time, shall we? Yes, sir.
Okay, I need to focus. First trial, here comes justice.
This guy's Papa beanie, though. Hell yeah, isn't awesome? His overall looks pretty cool. April 20th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 2. The court is now in session. I feel like I haven't done the judge's voice in months. Oh my god. What the fuck? Why does Payne change his hair? Just cut it off, dude. Just go bald, brother. My god.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor.
Mind going blank. Don't panic. Too late.
Your name was Mr. Justice, and this is your first trial. Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin. Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always accede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. My bad. How old is this judge by now? He's got to retire after this game, right? I mean, maybe this is like not very long after Phoenix Wright, the third game. So the judge isn't that much older, I guess, than he was before. I mean, he's definitely an old dude, don't get me wrong. I mean, maybe he went white early and he shaves his head, bro. You know, maybe he's not as old as he looks. Do they ever give us age of the judge? I bet they did in investigations, because we had his profile at one point in the first game. I bet we could see what his age was. That's funny. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? Do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin.
Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel?
Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. Unknown man. I mean, there's a reason why they're not showing his name, right? Usually we get introduced to people right away, unless it matters. The wiki claims he was born in 1971 or earlier. And what year is it now? Because I guess it doesn't necessarily matter when he was born, right? It matters how old he is. Because I don't know what year it is right now. Do they really say that much? Oh, actually, no, it said the year earlier, right? Didn't it say it at the date? Actually, I just didn't even pay attention. That's my bad. Do you remember what it was? We can wait to the next scene. It'll tell us. 2025, 2020. Was that? Are you serious? I need to pay more attention to the dates, dude. I didn't know we were so far in the future. Their cell phones are not that advanced. All right. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Again? Long time no see. Or long time no see, Mr. Wright. What? Phoenix Wright? This was spoiled for me like months ago, guys. So I already know that was Phoenix the whole time. It's Phoenix Wright! I feel like I really should have been like very surprised by that, but I just like fucking excited Ace Attorney fans, dude. Me and my own curiosity as well. I also have spoiled a couple things for myself completely of my own accord, so that's my bad. But there he is, guys. Look at this handsome Mr. Wright. Wait, what? Yep. I'm not going to go through any more of what I know, just because we're about to get introduced to the whole thing. But yep, that's Phoenix. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put this behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Piano player, huh? I didn't know that. That can't be him. Or can it?
Mr. Wright, how could this have happened?
I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the changes, Mr. Payne, or the charges, my bad. I'm thinking about changes. What in the actual beep? I don't have that button either. Here it is. That's the reaction I wanted to have. I'm so bummed that I didn't get to have that reaction with you guys. But it is what it is. I'm glad you guys don't remember the chatter that said that, because there was a chatter that told us all about that. And I guess maybe I just put two and two together because you look like Phoenix, but yeah.
To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains.
Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. I don't know what's wrong with his eye. It's droopy. Oh, Phoenix's eye? Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what happened, you know? How did he lose his... Well, I assume he lost his badge. You know? But why did he stop being an attorney, I guess? That's the question. I was there for that. I recall that, but I think I didn't remember. That's good. I'm glad you didn't remember it. Yeah. I wish I didn't. Honestly, I don't know why I did, but I guess it's just because it's one of those moments where I had to moderate, and so I usually remember moments like that. So it's like, damn. Yeah, I know nobody ever means to do it, so it's like I'm not mad at him in that way, but I'm mad at the situation because it's like you ruined my enjoyment of it because you enjoyed it so much. You know, like you being such a fan of the series has made it like my experience less. And it's like we should all try not to do that to each other, okay? That's the thing about streaming I've experienced the most. It's like I didn't really have that as much in my life until I started streaming, and then just people will just come and be like, oh, this is about to happen, I love this part, okay, see you later, never come back. And it's so annoying. Well, at least we can all experience this together now, right? Yeah. It's not like it's that big a deal, you know. The reveals are fun, and it's cool because then I get to react, but all in all, it's not like you can spoil the story for me. You're just spoiling the reveal, you know what I mean? It's not necessarily, like a story spoiler, because I honestly don't know enough about why, you know, why he's not, you know, the Phoenix we know. So, let us continue.
Him. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold.
A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was...
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright. A pianist. Is that how you actually spell pianist? Because I've never seen pianist spelled. It looks like pianist. That's why I said it that way. I thought it was funny. Pianist. That's funny. One of those weird looking words, you know?
This is the weapon that took the victim's life, a bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Deadly bottle added to the court record. Oh, it's so deadly. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently.
The court record? Right. I've heard of that.
Use the court record button to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this.
Right, the court record button. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action.
So the victim was a customer at the restaurant. But just who was this, Shoddy Smith? Shoddy? Oh, let's look at the court record. We got our attorney's badge. How long did I earn? Wait, how long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. I can check it. Wow, we can actually look. Okay, why is it letting us do that? That's interesting. Wasn't it? Oh, it's not. Oh, all I can do is zoom in and out? I can't rotate it. Okay, I just realized that. Well, unless I can... Okay, well, why can't I rotate it with the controller? That's weird. Huh. Well, you can tell these ones came out before the Investigations ones in, right? Because the Investigations has an advanced feature where I can hit a button and then use the controller for these things. I don't know. No need to get all butthurt about it. I just thought that was weird. What does that say? Lawyers Association? This is association, right? That looks like law, so maybe lawyers. 29003. That's a bit of trivia right there. How many people do you think would know that? What his defense attorney badge number is? Let's examine it.
There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I am an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it.
There are many like it, but this one is mine.
There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge.
Okay. I thought he was going to talk about the association part. Let's look at the front. Anything? It's cool that we got to look at it, though. Smith's autopsy report. The time of death was around 2 a.m., April 17th. Death caused by a single blow to the forehead. We don't know his age. Estimated time of death, 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. He was just trying to help him out with his headache, dude. Apply some head on. Crime photo number 1. The sub-basement at the Borscht Bowl Club. Touch the check button for details.
Ooh, I'm dead in a chair. That sucks.
Deadly bottle, grape juice bottle used as the murder weapon, bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints.
No way, Mr. Wright? But he couldn't have. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht.
Am I saying that right? Quickest way to black out from alcohol is to use the bottle. Hell yeah. Fucking knock yourself out with the bottle. It's like, well, that's not exactly what I meant when I handed you the bottle.
But just who was this shoddy Smith?
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to his country recently, or to this country, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant?
That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor.
What fuck kind of prosecution you running, Payne?
We believe that they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime.
So you're saying Phoenix met him and then killed him? Have you met Phoenix?
If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing.
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean.
Card playing.
As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at this scene of the crime.
Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? We don't take kindly to gambling in Japanifornia. That's a crime in and of itself. You son of a bitch.
Indeed. It appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
Has fallen to become... Okay, I just didn't expect him to word it that way.
Has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know the final outcome.
Wait, their backs wreathed in blue flame? The back of the cards? What kind of poetry is that?
Come again? Blue flames, what?
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. He's being poetic. I believe the fence was waxing poetic in the attempt to mystify those present.
Wow, I totally, basically guessed what he was gonna say.
And impress women.
That will be our first order of business here, then. Impress women. Oh, I mean to find out more about this fatal game of cards. We can get to the women later. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure.
This is it! My first trial. Here goes nothing.
Witness testimony from none other than Mr. Wright himself. None other than that man. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy.
Yeah, I see what you mean. One eye is kind of like a little drippy or something.
A pianist who can't play piano.
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it.
Are you all right? You're sweating bullets.
Bullets? Where?
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too.
My brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher?
What do I do? Let me do this. Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination?
That's a funny emote that he's doing there. A refresher course, please, or no thanks. I feel like we should do the course just for the content's sake. Just for the sake of, getting to know the characters and how they interact with each other. I hope it's not too technical, though, because then it's just pointless, because we know what we're doing. Unless there's new mechanics. There might be new mechanics. Maybe we'll try it just for that.
Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game.
Yes, teach me. I know nothing. Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record. But I didn't hear anything strange at all in the testimony just now. A good sign that you need to press the witness for more information. Press? Him? Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information.
But isn't Mr. Wright my client?
Well, think you can do it? Yes, thank you, sir. I think I can do it. I think you'd better, or we're going to have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is a cross-examination. Learn it. Know it. Do it.
Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? That doesn't make any sense. As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it.
The defense may begin the cross-examination. Boom. Oh, it does a cool thing on the bottom of the screen now, too. Where it used to put, like, both the eyes on the top, like, over the witness that you guys saw. Instead, at the bottom, it showed the eyes, like, Pain and Apollo's eyes. Kind of like this. I'm gonna get you, Pain, you son of a bitch. Objection! I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. Oh, I need to shout it. You can hardly play? No, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want.
Was that supposed to be a boast just now?
The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? A borscht thing always gets me. My lips like... My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. Hold it! Nice, first try, dude. Fuck yeah. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional, after all.
Bah, do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hardworking member of society like me to imagine.
God, they like fucking hate gambling here, dude. Like, I get it that like people get addicted to it and it's like a mental thing, you know what I mean? It's not good for people, but here he's like, you're a no good, low life criminal, you fucking scum, you play poker. Like, damn, dude. Brown Betty, bitch. Hell yeah. Was Brown Betty Hold It? I think it was Hold It, right? That was a Brown Betty one. Yeah. I gotta see if it still works. We gotta pull all those out again. Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
What? What did you just say about my imagination?
I played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. Wow, 7 years? So maybe I'm wrong. It's not. It's actually a while after that one, right? Because I mean, he wasn't doing that in the games, right? I must be misinformed, dude. Damn. What? Either that or he's lying, I guess. Maybe he's lying. You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Man, he's never had so much confidence before. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. That's funny. I guess this is sort of a play on the game series, right? The idea that Phoenix never lost, because if you played the games then and you completed them, then you never lost, right? Because that's the story. And so now he's just like taking that into poker. He still never loses because Phoenix just never loses. That's what it kind of sounds like they're doing.
He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible?
Not for a game of chance, dude. The room where we play and the competition. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. Hold it! Ooh, man, this one's getting it. The room in the crime scene photo. is an attraction? What? Not now! Not right now. It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice to say that there are a lot of deals being made under the table. Right here, right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. Oh, I'm so naughty. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now.
That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else.
The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they came to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. Hold it! 2 decks? Oh, nice. It still works. 2 decks of cards? You give me a pimple right there if I do it too much. A simple measure to prevent cheating. Or card counting, right? If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. Oh, I see. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, and the other blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. Or something. I've never played it. I'm not a criminal. But I have watched a movie. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. That sounded ominous, Phoenix. What the fuck is that, huh? This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Ah!
I completely let that one slip by!
Don't despair yet, Justice.
Sir?
Right. There's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you.
Sure. Why not?
Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony.
Just one little press. I've got myself a whole new testimony.
I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Hold it! I mean, that's the lie, because the contradiction is that your fingerprints are on it, Phoenix. Hold it! Got it. Dude, this game is better. The recognition's a lot better.
Silence?
The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law.
But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage.
And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes?
Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already.
This game is picking up what you are putting down. Hell yeah. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh?
Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now what was it?
When you figure it out, I'd suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony.
A contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony? But why? I'd better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony.
Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press.
Right. I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I know what to do. Oh, I don't have my save thing out here. One sec.
Zippity zoop zap zippy bop. Quickies.
Always use this to save. Sorry, one second. I've misplaced the dongle.
Found it.
Alright, I got it. Give it a moment. And then we can save. Boop. Got it. Alright, so we're gonna go through this testimony to where he says he didn't touch the murder weapon. So then we're gonna present the deadly bottle.
Objection!
Nice, dude. Hell yeah, it's working.
So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle, right? So I said.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Oh, dude, the hair flip. Fuck yeah, dude.
Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see. And it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints.
That's what I was getting at, dude. You can't steal my thunder. But I want to know where the heck is mine. Absolutely.
No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine.
Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case.
But what about my cords of steel?
Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant?
Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove...
Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints.
Huh?
But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
Upside down? What does that mean?
It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there can only be one reason for that. Yes, to brain someone into with the bottle.
To brain someone with the bottle? Brain them? I've never heard it that way. Okay. I get it.
Ah! Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse.
Oh. I see no problem, Justice. My bad. That was weird.
Huh?
The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything, you see.
Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court?
I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now, my bad.
Not very cooperative, are you?
This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that...
But really?
Yes. Well, according to the case file. The murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see. And this is the phone that made the call.
See, that's a cell phone in 2025? Is that what we're saying? We go back to that, huh? Okay. My cell phone adds to the court record.
The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative.
Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this.
Yeah, Nokia brick, exactly.
I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this?
That's a good question. How indeed?
The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say you are.
So someone else was in the room on the night of the crime? That must mean they witnessed the crime.
It's the iPhone 65. Hell yeah, the throwback edition.
Everything up until now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? You're out of the tutorial now.
Very well. The prosecution may call the first witness to the stand.
Oh, it's a heavy little pot. The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness?
I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns.
What? They're not demonic.
So I use a little hair gel. Relax, people.
Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
You sure?
I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out.
Isn't violence against, wait, isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Violence against hair? That threw me.
Well, if you are sure, it's okay.
Now, the profession. Oh, wait a minute. I wasn't ready. I think I blinked. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia?
Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be...
My name is Olga Orley.
Olga O'Reilly? Is that supposed to be what it is? Olga O'Reilly? I'm just thinking the Olga part is just so it's the same number of letters or something.
Like, oh, really, Olga?
I'm employed as waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant.
Then why the camera?
Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how is it said, other service?
I take it one of these other services is taking customers' pictures.
Like for example, this one.
That's the defendant?
Indeed, on the night of the murder.
Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput.
Indeed.
That is the victim. Order, order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
It is the same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually.
Why are you dropping soup on your customers' laps? Anyways, then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Very casually. Totes cash.
Now, a witness. Where were you at the time of the murder?
I was in room. In hideout.
A hideout? It's hideout, basically, right? It's just spelled weird.
In hideout, we call it.
Excuse me? The hideout?
It is a room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. His room where murder took place.
What?
Your look of utter surprise. It is so lovely. I will post I will post by courtroom door later for you. Da. Photos will be remembered, or will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want a copy of.
She's trying to be like at work here. I get it.
So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shoddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga O'Reilly, our witness.
What's up, you cuties? What's up, Blue Tomato? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in.
And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means...
Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events.
I'm doing good. How is you? Doing good. Enjoying this game so far. We just started a new Ace Attorney game tonight, so I am super pumped. And thanks to everybody who's come out to check it out. I hope you guys are enjoying it as well. That fateful night. Here we go. What you up to, Tomato?
That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Da. The victim, he plays hold game with his hands on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. Da. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death.
I am watching a series right on. Oh, that sounds cool. Getting into it. It's always fun to get into a series, I think.
Incidentally, who won the game? You know, it doesn't really matter. I'm just wondering.
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
Apollo's not handling that.
That's ridiculous.
Because Mr. Wright can't lose.
Right, because he did say he never lost, right? Justice, maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection.
But he hadn't lost in 7 years.
Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here.
We're quite slow right now, so kind of boring, but the story in general is good. Oh, okay, right on. Trudging through it, hoping it picks up a little bit for you, maybe?
These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say?
I mean, yes. I mean, that poker is war. Or imagine, poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. Wait, no, I wasn't a criminal.
I think he means poker face.
Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips on the victim's side. Oh wait,
yeah, most of the chips are on the victim's side. Yeah, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Thank you for the hydrate. Going to sleep now, night. Have an awesome stream. Take care and stay hydrated. You too, Blue. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for the hydrate. Get a little bit of this nos too.
Chip photo added to the court record.
Objection! Get out of here! Nope, it's following me. Top spot, stop doing that. See, now it went lower. Go higher. Not too high, not too high, not too high, not too low. There we go, now stop. Thank you. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game.
Hold it!
Oh, come on, it's the first time it didn't work. Hold it!
Got it.
You were dealing cards. Do you do this often? I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve everything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work.
It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service.
Welcome to the Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses.
Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. Thank you for not handing out. Oh, so she was oh, I didn't even see. Did she have a flyer? I missed that part.
It was cold. Both players played with hats on.
Hold it. Hold it.
Got it. It's already April. How could it be cold? At the Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic, rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside is the city of spring, but inside it is always cold in Mother Russia.
No way I'm going there.
When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck.
Hold it. Hold it.
His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, He gripped it many times as he played that night.
Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift.
What? The defense would like a clarification. This is about the locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture on it, right? Not a rocket?
Of course, I knew that.
That was the joke, is that he thought they were saying rocket? Okay. I guess now I understand what he was saying. Okay, how confusing. That joke was not funny.
It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that.
Oh, I see. She made it sound like she said rocket. That's what the joke is that she has a Russian accent. Okay. It's considered bad form to poke fun at a hard of hearing in our society.
Hard of hearing? Or hard of understanding?
So, what happened next?
That was a clumsy joke, I feel. Oh, come on. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. Hold it.
Whoa.
Something terrible?
The defense will refrain from needless shouting.
Sorry.
I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training. My cords of steel are too deadly.
Now, Miss O'Reilly, can you tell us what happened?
Oh, I was so frightened. I trembled with fear. That man flew at him, a victim, and is strangling him to death.
Oh, my bad. I forgot to press that one. Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do.
Right, sir. Leave it to me.
There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shoddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, O'Reilly.
Okay, so last one I didn't press.
But the defendant would never do such a thing.
Well now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic.
If possible, please, refrain from embarrassing me. Damn, dude. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it was because defendant has lost game?
Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall.
Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Okay, so there's got to be a specific thing here now. That's a contradiction. Coach asked me to deal with the cards for a game. Is it this? Because immediately, didn't Phoenix say that? I don't think we have any evidence for that, but it was cold. Both players played with hats on. That's true. We have a picture for that. Victim, he plays whole time with his hands on locket at his neck. We can look at a picture and try to verify that. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. The man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death. Oh, he's not strangling him. That's the thing. He was hit over the head with a bottle, not strangled. Gotcha now, bitch! Objection! Oh, it's safe. I think it's the autopsy report, I'm gonna assume that we're gonna go with. Death caused by a single blow to the forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Objection! Yes. Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss O'Reilly, really now? Did you witness the crime? That's awesome. She catches it all. Looking at the picture, it does seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. This head was hit.
But I've seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at the victim his neck. Oh, really, Miss O'Reilly? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time.
Justice. I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more.
What do you mean? I found a contradiction.
There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination.
There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it.
There's such a thing as thinking out loud too much, too. So he really was thinking out loud there? Is that what we're saying? Is it telling us that now? That when that happens and they respond, they did think out loud? Is that what we're saying? The joke's always been that, like, Maya can, like, read minds and stuff, right? Or, like, the assistant or whatever can always just read their mind, but... That was the first time he's like, you just thought out loud. They're like, usually it's like the look on their face. They're like, don't give me that look of exactly what you just said. Okay, there's one more thing here. That night, customer asked to deal the cards for the game. Let me look at the evidence really quick. Got a couple of pictures we haven't really examined very much. Olga's photo. So we got... They're not sitting in that same room where he died. They're not playing poker. He's sitting at the piano talking to him. He's got the wine bottles next to him. I don't see anything else remarkable about this photo at the moment. The wine bottle. Huh. It kind of does look like Olga was the one dealing the cards because the cards are in the middle there. That seems to be maybe true? Keep looking.
He looks like the Last Airbender, am I right? You guys know what I mean? I think this guy's doing a little airbending action. Got a big old mark on his forehead. Other than that, I don't really see much more that's evidence in this photo. So, okay. Other than that, we got Smith's autopsy report. We're taking a look at that. Died between 1:45 and 2:15. She doesn't even talk about times. Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to the forehead. Too much head on. Back to the crime photo number 1. Okay, I'm not really sure what we're supposed to be finding here, so let's go through the testimony again. A night customer asked me to deal cards for a game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. He plays full time with his hand on his locket at his neck. So is that not a thing? Does he actually not have a locket? Let me check that out. Let me switch to this heated mode real quick. Timestamp. What are you saying? Just saying timestamp's not enough for me, Legacy. I'm sorry, man. I don't I don't know what you mean by that. You gotta give me a little bit more. You could be right. I just don't know what you mean. But she doesn't talk about time, so I don't think the time matters. I mean, I'm wrong all the time, so I have no idea. But I don't think she mentions the time, does she? Let's see. He plays whole time with his hand locking around his neck. Oh yeah, I was gonna check that out. Let's check that out really quick. Can we see that? I guess we couldn't see it in this photo, could we? Because he was facing away. Oh, see the guy? Okay. The victim, he plays the whole time with his hand around. Okay. It was the victim, my bad. I was trying to think it was Phoenix, but the victim, he does have a locket, yeah. Does that picture show the locket? Oh, there's no locket here. That's it. I think I figured it out. I think that's what it meant. Here. I meant, do the photos have timestamps? Oh, it looks like they don't. Yeah, this one doesn't. I think sometimes they do. I think in previous games they have. This one doesn't. Yeah, I guess none of these do. Okay, that's definitely a good thing to look for. Yeah, I think I got it. I think it's the lack of a pendant here, so we're gonna, or a locket. So we're gonna save here, and we're gonna see. Objection!
You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean?
Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about?
Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said.
I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar.
No, but look at this photograph. Do you see the locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean?
If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death.
Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off. No?
Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh.
I always sing the song as if I'm trying to take a shit.
Oh, every time I do it, hold on. Oh.
They do call it butt rock.
Taking it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it?
Oh. What?
I am back, me can't sleep. Oh, I'm sorry, Blue. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I'm glad that you're back. I cannot say that I'm not glad you're back, but I'm sorry that you couldn't sleep because I know how that sucks. That always sucks when that happens. But you're welcome to hang out here as long as you want, Blue.
Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say?
Yes?
I just noticed this, but...
Oh, he's got the necklace on.
You do have something hanging around your neck, don't you?
Oh,
You mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter.
What? Happy to be here. Hell yeah. I'm glad to hear that, Blue. Phoenix has a daughter? I mean, that's not, we don't know that that's true, right? Because, I mean, he could just be saying shit. Who fucking knows, dude? I feel like stories do that all the time, but what? Phoenix fuck? That means that Phoenix got naked or he put it through the flap? Oh my god, how could you do that? You're such a dirty boy, Phoenix. With who? I mean, I guess it doesn't mean that he fucked, right? Because maybe he did adopt. You know what I mean? Phoenix could be an adoption kind of guy. You never know. I mean, I don't know why he would, but you never know. I don't know who the mom is, right? Me too. Phoenix knows what sex is? Yeah, what the hell? He always seemed to be trying to avoid it before. Well, I mean, not really avoid it, I guess, but I guess the only... Yeah, I'm not even gonna go that route. Let's not even talk about that. Let's move on. Gasp indeed, Blue. I could see Phoenix is adopting Larry's kid or even Gumshoes. Oh yeah, I could see that for sure. Yeah, maybe even Edgeworth. Oh, wouldn't it be crazy if it was Edgeworth? Oh man, that would be crazy. I like that. I could see Larry's as well, because Larry would have a kid. Larry fucks, dude. If we know anything about Larry, it's that Larry fucks. All right, anyways.
A photo of my daughter. Come again?
Mr. Wright, you have a daughter.
We confirmed it at the time of the arrest.
Larry Butts fucks. Hell yeah, he does. Phoenix smashes for sure. Mm-hmm. Confirmed. The Butts fucks. The Butts. The Butts fucks. Oh, that's 2-4, Tom.
We confirmed at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
So it's true? We just got it confirmed?
So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Why don't I buy it?
Well now, if the results of the poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly.
I mean, it wasn't that bad, right? I mean, I don't know much about poker, but it didn't look like it was that bad. Like, it could have been way worse, dude. Miss O'Reilly, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. Nani the... Nani? Serious competition.
The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment the loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Oh, now he's not strangling anymore? Indeed. Looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Ah, how many times have I heard those words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I get a common tale but true. Well, it automatically advanced on that one. I don't know why they chose that one to... I wanted to read that.
Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies.
Methinks? What the fuck? There's a lot of different dialogue in this one. Methinks? Yeah, okay, I'm not the only one that's like, methinks? What? Is that like an old school reference or something? Like, it's just such a weird thing. I don't know why anybody ever says methinks, but every once in a while people do use it. And some people throw it out every once in a while. Apollo speaks Gungan. Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like, right? Like some sort of Gungan. Misa, say this. Misa thinks that he watches too many court movies.
Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong.
Or he's lying, I guess. I mean, cross-examination.
The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man.
Oh, we need to press. No, stop.
Hold it! Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules.
If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be... exactly 7,000 points.
Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division.
House chips came in two sizes, small and large. Hold it! Hold it! Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Of course.
Oh, she seemed a little skittery there, huh?
Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder?
Oh, we have to press harder because that's one of my rules.
Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Are they like French fries or what? Explain? What is there to be explained?
I haven't heard that objection in a long time.
Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips, not a chip off the old block, not a motorcycle, but... Thanks.
Now that I've pressed her I'd best ask something.
What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yet, as I have been saying before, it was a game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Two types of chip, 100 points chip and 1,000 points chip. It is not money,
Justice.
Sir!
Don't you find her comment interesting?
In more ways than one, sir.
I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add this to her testimony? Yes, because that's also one of my rules.
Yes, I think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony.
Wish I knew where this was going.
Very well, witness. Would you be so kind?
Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100 points, other kind is worth 1,000. Two kinds in all.
Hold it!
Two kinds? Hold it!
I like how he says hold it and then he immediately thinks to himself, hold it. It's like, what? I thought you had something to say there, Mr. Justice.
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why.
Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. Exactly. We are not in kindergarten.
Sorry, I'm fine.
Quit saying you're fine, too.
I'd better think of something to ask, and quick.
The two types of chips. The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000. Right?
Right, of course. That's not gonna be it, right?
Ha! Don't waste our time.
Come on, is it the opposite? I thought that was actually gonna be like he stumbled into something, because that would mean that someone else was winning at the table. I don't know. Is that all? I'm fine. Apollo Justice multiple times in a sentence. Yes. In a sequence as well.
Yeah.
Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb.
Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that.
Huh? Who? Me?
There is a clear contradiction in the information you have on in your hands.
What?
It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on. Try it. We're not in kindergarten after all.
Calculation?
The one who is winning, it was the victim.
I bet it wasn't the victim, right? We need to figure that out. That's what this chip photo is all about. Because it's got to be that the small ones are worth 1,000. Because then that would mean that Phoenix had 4,500 or something, right? Because the small ones were 5. Or sorry, because the other one was 5. It's a 5 and 1,000, or 500 and 1,000. So that must be what's being said here. But how do I say that? Check back for details of the victim's chips. Okay, does she specify the size? I think that he was about to clarify that, and I thought that was actually important. Oh, one's worth 100 points, and the other kind is worth 1,000. 2 kinds in all. Moment lost was the side defendant grabs bottle and table, and I can't be. It's got to be the who wins is wrong. This one is wrong. Did we finish pressing all these though? I feel like we didn't. I don't think we pressed this one yet. Hold it. Hold it. Okay, got a little gusto with it.
You're telling me that Mr. Right, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? It must have been most unlucky day for him. I am glad I did not take other picture of him. It would make camera... It would break camera, certainly. The chips... They went always to victim's side of table.
So you're telling us it was a one-sided game?
One-sided, and... For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose.
Hold it! Hold it! Let's just throw in a Brown Betty just to see, huh?
Last hand. It was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind.
It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. That is truly an excellent hand. However, so is the victim's.
One with highest number wins, so defendant loses.
The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next.
Once cards laid down on table, it happened. The moment the loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Hold it! Don't finish that sentence.
And...
What happened next? Actually, do finish that sentence.
Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble. I did not believe such thing would happen.
What such thing?
Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such thing occur?
What such thing?
Niet. The defendant had been hitting victim. I saw it all happen, right before me. I saw bottle coming down on victim's head.
Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime.
Remember, your first goal is to gather information.
Yes, sir.
Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice.
Okay, game began with 3,500. And switches for each man. Is that part of the calculation I gotta make? Because that's part of what's gonna tell me the chips on the table. Yeah, that's what tells me. Because if you're gonna say that there are there's a way you can divide these up into 2 sets of 3,500, that means the small ones are worth 1,000. Because they'd each have 3 small ones and then 5 of the big ones. So, yeah, that's the calculation. We got it. I'm glad that the tutorial case has not yet made me look at the walkthrough. I do feel a little bit good about that. Let's see. So, yeah, we need to... The contradiction is when she says that the victim is winning. Because that's not true. We know that now. So we'll save. Present. Aw, Fred, we're gonna get him. Oh, Frederick. Objection! You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure.
It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won, if you're not in kindergarten.
Okay, so is this going to be considered wrong? Because I'm not trying to say he won the hand. I'm trying to say he was the one who was winning. So maybe I presented on the wrong one. We'll see. Just for the safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court?
Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points?
Why, the big ones, of course. Duh.
Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up.
The totals?
Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips. And the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points.
Yes. If my calculations are correct, let's see. 3 plus 1, carry the 5. Let's see here.
They are, Your Honor, now.
Wait, they are, Your Honor, now? What?
Look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips.
I don't know why. I totally missed. What was he trying to say there with that?
If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up,
how much is it?
Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you?
I just keep throwing kindergarten around, dude.
10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony.
But why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why.
Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction.
The starting points were wrong. Chip count was wrong. Both were right. Starting points were wrong. The chip count was wrong. Both were right. I mean, both were right. It's just her account of what happened was wrong. Right? Phoenix, right? Saving. Try that.
Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer.
Well, what is it?
The value of the chips was the other way around.
Okay, that's what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
What?
Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones.
Madness, utter madness!
Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up.
Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it.
But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing!
Indeed. The victim did have the larger number of chips still.
Exactly. If the small chips are worth 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table.
The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points and Phoenix had 4,100 points.
Well now, seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all.
That's impossible.
My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning.
Yeah.
Now, Miss O'Reilly, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you?
Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive.
And Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened.
Nah.
We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust them. Wait, who said it? The victim? Or the witness? Excuse me. What is it, Miss O'Reilly?
I do not want to be saying this, but actually, you see,
See what, Miss O'Reilly? What do we see?
In the last hand, there was cheat.
Cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, or do you mean a scam?
They're all the same thing.
Unless.
Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips on as they are. Great. Just great. First we have lying, now cheating.
Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting. Witness, you will help testify to, or you please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand.
Witness's testimony.
The final hand.
The last hand, both men had full house. There was 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, a cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
Okay, see, now that kind of tracks with Phoenix's win record because he's won for 7 years. Maybe he was using tricks.
Miss O'Reilly! Why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning?
I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers.
A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. Not that I've ever played poker, I'm not a criminal.
That alone is enough to suspect a less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin? What's a full house?
Lawyers these days. You don't know your poker?
I can say this bodes well for your case or career.
I thought we were criminals if we gambled, though.
What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring?
Justice. You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes?
Yeah, no problem.
2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house.
That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
You can see each player's hand in this photo.
I'm trying to think. She said that you could see the trick if you looked at the photo. But they have different cards. They have, you know, the aces. There's no, like, repeats of cards. I don't see the trick in the photo. Unless there's something, like, really small, but I don't...
Wow, they both have full houses.
We forget, there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
I got, like, stuffy nose right when I was doing pain. Its stuffy nose is affecting me in real life. I'm just trying to do a voice like I have a stuffy nose, and I actually have one.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat?
Oh, yeah. I guess I didn't think about that. I guess I was, like, ignoring the hands now, and as soon as they said cheat, I was like, okay, well, they're going to try to say that. the guy is just mad because he cheated. But if you're saying that he was cheating and his hand is still a losing hand, it's like, well, then he's not very good at cheating. Or he cheated and he still lost. And I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. You know, before we get into this, I think this might actually be a good bathroom break point. So I think I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. We'll take a quick BRB, and then we'll get into this testimony. I think this might be one of the better stopping points before we start a whole thing here. So, first of all, I just want to say thank you to everybody for coming to hang out. I appreciate anybody who's here lurking. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the story. But yeah, so don't go away. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes after I use the restroom and do a little stretch. More Phoenix Wright to come. Sorry. More Apolojustice. Phoenix is here, but it's Apolojustice. All right, anyways. I'll be right back, guys.
License punch out! 立ちはだかる10人の世界ランカーを倒し世界ヘビー級チャンピオンにチャレンジ Punch out from Nintendo 倒すか倒されるか
You little cutie.
When you get hold of the Nintendo Entertainment System. When you master Rob the video robot and meet the challenge of Gyromite. When you shoot the light-sensing zapper. When you play the system with the most arcade hits, you're playing with power. The Nintendo Entertainment System. Now you're playing with power.
Genesis does.
16-bit arcade graphics.
You can't do this on Nintendo. Genesis does.
16-bit sports action.
You can't do this on Nintendo. Genesis
does.
Genesis
does.
Genesis
does.
Genesis does.
Get Joe Montana free, Pat Riley free, Buster Douglas free, Super Monaco GP free, or Collins free.
What Nintendo don't?
Buy a 16-bit Genesis system between now and October 31st and get an extra game.
Get the power to move with the Acclaim wireless remote for your Nintendo Entertainment System. The Acclaim remote gets you mobile in a WrestleMania grudge match.
Well, how about this weather, huh? How's it going? Thank you to everybody for sticking around. I appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoyed some BRB TV. I'll be getting some new clips in there soon as well. I already have like 80 some in there, and there will be more. Thank you, Noah. Appreciate you, my man. There we go. Let's get to it, shall we? All right. Cross-examination of Olga.
The last hand, both men had full house.
Hold it.
Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? It is quite hard, It is making a pair and a three of a kind at the same time.
I guess that's right. Very difficult, to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
Very difficult, but it's not impossible. Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time.
He does a lot of lists. That's something that he does.
There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king.
Okay. Hold it.
4 of each card, you say?
There is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons.
Huh. You don't say. Ah, and did you know that the cards are numbered 1 through 13? Add all the cards in a deck and you get 364 a year.
Huh. You don't say. Isn't that 1 day short?
That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards.
Huh. You don't say.
Going to be in this courtroom for a year if this keeps going like this.
It's like cool card facts. I didn't know any of that. I mean, it seems like it would be true. I mean, that's interesting. I get the seasons thing. I think I've heard that part before, but the rest of the 365 and the whole like year representation thing, I've never heard of that. That's interesting. If true.
If you look at both man's hands, cheat is more obvious.
How is it more obvious? I did that. Hold it. You gotta explain that, bitch.
How was it clear?
Well, the defendant. He played the 5th ace.
A 5th ace? How's that obvious? I didn't see that.
5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hands was 3 aces.
No, it wasn't. It's 3 kings and 2 aces. You're a liar, Olga. I just looked at that. I just looked at that, bitch. You're not gonna get this shit past me, you son of a bitch.
I'll get you, Olga. Oh, really? And Mr. Wright, too.
Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke.
Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony. Please.
Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all.
Which is not true. Hold it!
A 5th ace? Ah, it should not exist, no? I still remember both hands very well. Let me show you. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2.
Well, where did this card come from then?
Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question. Adding cards to the deck is no less serious a taboo than forging evidence in the court of law.
Now, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice.
You bet. I've no intention of staying quiet. Not me. No, sir.
I better find some contradicting evidence fast.
Oh, yeah, we got you, dude. Don't you worry about it.
The next moment, the game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed.
Hold it. Hold it.
Got it. Do you recall what the men were arguing about? I believe so. The victim, he shouts, "You are a cheater," and then the defendant shouts something like, "I have an objection."
Shouting objection, eh? Old habits are hard to break. First he bluffed his way through the courtroom, now he bluffs his way through life.
However, Mr. Wright lost the hand. That seems to cast a shadow of doubt on Mr. Smith. Humiliation from losing even when cheating. That is what set fire to defendant's heart.
So what did the flaming defendant do next? Flaming defendant. Ah, son of a bitch, I can't believe him flaming like that. I ought to just throw him out of this courtroom with no justice at all.
He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Hold it! Hold it!
Brown Betty. Still works, baby!
By bottle, are you referring to this? The defendant uses this bottle to... Oh!
This behavior is an admission of cheating by the defendant.
Indeed.
But why use a grape juice bottle?
You'd be surprised by what can be used as a weapon.
Would he? He's the judge. He probably sees way more than even you, Winston.
This juice is a recommended drink of Borscht Bowl Club. This year's vintage is remarkable for its hefty flavor.
God, I'm not very good with the Russian thing.
Hefty enough to brain a grown man, apparently. First she says it was a serious competition, now she says there was cheating.
Justice, notice anything odd? Brown Betty? Yeah, Brown Betty comes from, well, Stella is the one that brought it to me, but what happened was, the story behind that is we were playing Ace Attorney Investigations 1. And it was the first time I got to use the voice activation stuff. And so these are DS games, if you didn't know Legacy. And so I'm playing them on a DS emulator. So in the original game, you could shout into the microphone if you held a button. So the emulator emulates that. So that's what I'm using. But when we were playing Investigations 1, it was not picking it up sometimes. I would just sit there and say, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. And then I'd just start saying stuff that sounded like hold it. And then at one point, Stella, I can't remember her reasoning, but at one point she gave me to try Brown Betty, and it almost always works. And we have no idea why, because it doesn't sound like hold it at all, but it does work. It's so weird. We found a few of them that were like that, because we used confetti, spaghetti, Brown Betty. That's what it was, is because Brown Betty rhymed with spaghetti. I think it had something to do with that, I think. So, because yeah, for some reason confetti had worked, and the reason why I had even found that out is because I think someone did that, and I said confetti, and then it worked. And so we were like, what? Why did confetti work? So we started other things. And so when hold it didn't work, I just started saying Brown Betty all the time, basically. I don't know what the Japanese is. Maybe it's identifying that. Well, that's the thing, is it's definitely something. And I think with... I don't know if it's the Japanese Papa, because I think that means it should have worked. I guess I don't know why it didn't work in Investigations 2. I just assumed it's because they translated the text, but not the voice recognition. And so I thought if it was detecting the Japanese, I think maybe it would have gone off when I said Brown Betty. But I don't know. I mean, that's the only evidence I have. I don't know. But it could be. I do wonder what the Japanese is as well. It'd be fun to shout the Japanese just to see if it picks it up. Mom spaghetti, yeah, exactly. Vomit on a sweater already. But on the surface, you look calm and ready. All right, anyways.
Her testimony keeps changing. Now she says the defendant cheated. Actually, yes, I had noticed that. Let's get the truth about this cheating first, shall we?
Japanese would say mata, which means weighty. Okay, so weight is what you meant, right? Not weighty. I don't think it means weighty, right? It just means weight. I mean, maybe it means weighty. I don't know. We are also talking about speak recognition in the 2000s. Yeah, that's a very good point as well. That's probably like the biggest point, to be honest. Slippery fingers. Yeah, I got you. I thought it was funny. I think it means weighty. It means weighty up. Yeah, I know that one. Choto mate. What's choto mean then? Something weight? I don't know what choto means though. For all I know, I'm saying something I don't want to say. Anyways, let's get the truth behind this cheating first, shall we?
Right, leave it to me. The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 in each deck.
Yeah, she says exactly what they had, right?
Mr. Smith has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It was 5 aces in all. The next moment came.
Yeah, it was this one. Let's save here. Present the picture of the cards. Let's double check. Verify that I am correct. Yes, he only has 2 aces, and the other guy has 2 aces. She's a fucking lying sack of shit.
I'm coming for you. Oh, really?
Objection! Damn it. Objection! You see at the top when I hold Y, it's listening to me, and that's why the music stops. Objection! There we go.
It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name... Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony.
That's the photo of the chips, is it not?
Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use the finger to point out your point.
This finger? Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. I am too stupid to understand what you're trying to say.
A little. So it's like a little weight, like short weight, wait a little, or more commonly used as wait up or hold on. Okay, God, that makes sense. That expression is commonly heard in hentai. Oh. Okay, I see what you're saying there, Papa. I didn't pick that up until you spelled it out. All right, anyways.
Yes, please point out the contradiction for this old man. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony?
Oh shit, she had said... Let's save really quick. I can't remember whose this. I think she said he had 3 aces. But he doesn't, he had 3 kings. We 3 kings of...
Take that! Miss O'Reilly, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces.
Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question.
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's the 5th ace? I see cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Objection!
2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day.
You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion.
What might that be, Mr. Gavin?
If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards.
The cards?
Mr. Payne.
Yes?
The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court.
Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards?
If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious?
Is more suspicious? How about a save? Is that suspicious? Is that a sussy save? View victim's hand or defendant's hand? Because I don't think Phoenix would cheat. Because we know Phoenix, right? Aren't we supposed to be like thinking back on how much we love Phoenix and how good of a guy Phoenix is? And how he would never do that? And so we have to be like, I feel like that's why Phoenix, just like, you know, Larry was our first defendant or whatever in the Phoenix cases. It had to be someone that we knew, that we absolutely knew without a shadow of a doubt would never do it, you know? So we always have to trust that they're the best guy that they possibly could be. I know that that gets us a few times in the series, but this is like the tutorial, right? So I'm thinking because of that reason, I think I should go with the victim's hand.
It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony.
The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Oh, and that's the best point. I didn't even think about that. That's a way better point. That was the one that she lied about, right? Because she said that there was 3, aces in that hand, but it wasn't. That's right.
Very well, Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well.
Received evidence, victim's hand. Type evidence submitted as evidence during the trial. Well, time is wasting. Get to it, Justice.
Yes, sir.
When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using the dials on the evidence viewer. That should give you a better perspective on the case.
Okay, let's do this.
Well, that's pretty sus right there, dude. It was one of the kings, huh? It's from the other deck. I think there's something right here.
What?
Your Honor, look at this! One of the victim's cards! The back is a different color!
That's impossible. But I put that card in right hand. No.
Oh, that's funny.
Gotcha, bitch!
What was that, Miss O'Reilly?
No, yet. I merely said I have a...
Your Honor.
Mr. Gavin. Yes? What's going on? I dozed off for a second.
Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker?
To cheat? I don't know, I've never played. What are you saying? Are you trying to say I play poker?
I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend. A comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Ah. Wait, so you mean... this witness, Miss O'Reilly? She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager.
Order.
Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean of her mistake.
Your Honor! See, I didn't even make that one up. That was the game. That's literally, legitimately, I did not make that one. That sounds like a joke I'd make. That's funny. Please recall the testimony we just heard. Nope, this is...
Okay. That's impossible. But they put that card in Wright's hand.
Ergo, Miss Olga O'Reilly conspired to cheat. Not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shawnee Smith. No! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim.
What?
Wait, you don't mean... the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, are you? Unless...
Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means...
I am. Not guilty. The way they did that, the way they worded that. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, of murder. That's awesome. Oh, I love the takedown animations.
Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly?
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice?
Your Honor.
It seems you presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
And that means...
this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What?
I did it. I held out.
I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Oh, that was Phoenix, right? Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know, Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous.
That's great. I was not expecting him to do that.
Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night.
As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before.
The 2 decks at the club had different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If you use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed.
You still used 2 different colors and they still got mixed up.
We used the red deck for the last game.
I see. But that's odd. For some reason, I had this impression that you were using the blue cards.
Yeah, I did too because of what Gavin said earlier. Earlier, he said that they had like the blue flames or whatever when he's waxing poetic earlier. He definitely said that.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever. In the end, one card of the wrong color got into the mix, which means there was cheating.
Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises two serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped?
When?
There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, or during the murder, or after the murder. It's kind of what I was thinking. Like, she may not have been cheating to swap the cards, because she said she was going to put it in Wright's hand or whatever, but it could be that she was just trying to set up the crime scene, right? So it didn't have to, because, like, I don't know how she would have put it in his hand, you know, with him, like, still playing the game. Yeah, I mean, she's the dealer. I guess she could have dealt him. But she would have dealt him a card that was obviously not the right card. So that, to me, says placed after the murder, right?
Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped.
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped?
When was the card swapped into the deck?
Into the deck? I mean, it was into his hand, dude. Why does that have to be in the deck? Saving that. Let's see, we got before the murder, during the murder, after the murder. I'm thinking after the murder. I don't have anything solid for that, though. I just have a feeling. Let's just go for it. I saved. Perhaps it happened after the murder.
What's that? Ridiculous. What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
It's to give motive, right? Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible.
Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Ah, quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown. After the murder. Exactly, right? Because if he was holding that card, you'd see it, right?
Okay, this is going past silly and straight on into crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us.
There's another? Oh my god, am I gonna have to work overtime? I'm gonna have to call my wife.
Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for the blue card? Who? The game. The murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga O'Reilly.
Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for the blue?
I mean, it was... We already know it was Olga because she said it, right? Didn't she already, like, admit to that by saying, like, I put the card? Why, it must have been Olga O'Reilly who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating.
That does make some sense.
Sorry, but there's a problem with that explanation. Huh? The swapped card was from the wrong deck.
Yes, a blue card was stuck into a red hand.
Missing a card from the wrong deck when the backs are different colors? Remember that you're talking about Olga O'Reilly. She was the dealer. Do you really think she would make such a novice mistake?
Actually, I have a trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. And he's an idiot.
Give it a little more thought, Apollo. Right!
Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for the blue?
Then it must have been Phoenix? But she said it, though. She said she put it in his hand. I'm confused about that, then. So, I'll say Phoenix, then. It's someone else, but they said there's only 2 people in the room. Like, oh my god, what do you want from me?
The one who swapped the cards was Mr. Right. It was you, wasn't it?
And why would I do such a thing?
Well, because maybe you're trying to hide the fact that you cheated?
That would make sense, but the swapped card was in the victim's hand.
Oh,
sorry. I'm a nice guy, but I'm not that nice.
Come to think of it, he would like a motive for helping his opponent to win. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for the blue?
So it was someone else. Are we saying it was, but it was after the murder, so who was it then? Because the only other person in the room is the victim, and he's dead. Oh man. Someone else, I guess. Apparently.
The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Right, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga really either.
What are you suggesting?
It's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss O'Reilly at this point. Which is what I did to start! Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card.
And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? What's so goddamn funny?
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. I miss it.
Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. The one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss O'Reilly. Then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it?
Precisely.
Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
A new direction?
We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card. Because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right, the person replaced the 5th ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew is that the game would have won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case record, the person doesn't exist.
True. Not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else in there that night at the scene of the crime.
What?
But how? Then why didn't you say that? Then why didn't Olga say something? Like, is that going to be made clear?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
He's definitely making this one ridiculous. He's like manhandling this whole situation, dude. Which is kind of sexy, if I'm honest. Oh, what do you think there, Dom Ross? Extra sauce? What I'm saying, buddy? It's a crazy game, I know, but...
This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that, at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room.
I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption.
The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court.
I suppose that is a problem, yes.
Court is adjourned for a brief recess. I must collect myself in my quarters. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes.
April 20th, 11:52 a.m. Okay, it doesn't show the year here. I was thinking it did. Maybe it doesn't. Defendant Lava number 3. Look, they got a new piece of artwork on the wall. You guys see that? It's the judge looking at the sun. Like, don't do that, judge. That's what it looks like, isn't it? It looks like the judge just looking straight at the sun. My eyes hurt a little bit. What is that? Is that a piece of evidence up there? I thought you were supposed to be in the judge's quarters. What are you doing here, Christoph, huh? That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I'd think you would know the answer to that. Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph. Justice. Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear. Is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Oh, look at her. Look, she's so adorable. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. You and me both, bud. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. Most people are, since that plot point has not come up in the games at all. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never, honest, but...
It is odd how he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years.
Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Huh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like a law trial? A trial law? Is that what you said? Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. And it really helps when you have a Magatama. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No.
Come on, who'd notice that?
Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. Here's a Magatama. but I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up these signals. No. You can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet.
What's he talking about?
But you will. Soon. Wise advice from an old washed-up defense attorney turned card cheater. Yeah, when you describe him like that. Almost forgot. One more thing about this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet.
What? I knew it!
I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power.
My, power?
I had no idea my cords of steel were that special.
It's time. The real trial begins tomorrow. Do your best. To be continued. Ooh, we got some new save music. 4:20, 12:14 p.m. Oh, we're not quite there yet. District Court courtroom number 2. Will we get a 4:20 scene? Probably not. Would be pretty funny though. It would be very unexpected. Oh, look at that. You guys see that? You guys see it? Have we used the new redeem yet? I don't think anyone has, if it's the one I think you're talking about. You might only have one to redeem, but there is several kind of newer ones. But if you want. What? Where'd the courtroom go? What? What? Oh, shit. All right. We're good. God damn. Welcome to the courtroom. You like that, Papa? I feel like I need to have just like a wind blowing though. Was there like a wind blowing? Maybe there already was that. I just didn't hear anything. That's a fun one. The one thing that's bad about that one though, I will say, is that if I'm ever like doing Strange Planet Sunday with you guys and I forget to turn it off and someone uses it, it'll fuck my stream. Because it'll try to go to a scene in a different scene collection and it'll just fucking, I'm sure OBS will just lock up. It always does, dude. If I switch scenes while I'm live, hell, if I switch scenes and I'm not live, it'll lock up sometimes. So that's the one risky thing about those kind of things, but they're fun. I like it. But yeah, you guys see what I was trying to say though? Count will now reconvene. I forgot the R. I love finding typos in these games. Count! Count it up. Has our witness, Miss Olga, really recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again.
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Could you use a sponge?
Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss O'Reilly take the stand.
Very well. The witness will take the stand.
Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser. Not. Oh, look at that. Is she not Russian at all? Should I change her voice completely? Should she not be Russian anymore? I'm not sure if I should change her voice or not. Would that be fun? For her to just be like, fucking just not Russian anymore? She's fatigued. She should put that damn tray down. Hell yeah, dude. And she'll quit balancing it on her hand like that, right? What? Yeah, isn't that a crazy thing? Look at that. She looks a lot more like a casino dealer now. I like the dice on her bandana and stuff. That's pretty cool. She looks like a totally different person, dude. I don't know. Maybe we'll just keep the Russian. Name is Olga O'Reilly, but that's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quickfingers O'Reilly.
Oh, really?
Want to know something else? I want to see Vegas dealers wear bandanas like that now. Oh, dude, that'd be fucking tight, wouldn't it? Pretty cool. Oh, she's not really Russian. Okay, then I definitely need to switch it. I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like O'Reilly. What was I supposed to be pronouncing it like? And my last name sounds like O'Reilly. Is there like a Russian way to say O'Reilly? O'Reilly? O'Reilly?
I guess that's what I was supposed to be saying. And so she's like actually like Irish, like an O'Reilly, like an O'Reilly. Is that what's supposed to be like? Orly? Yeah, maybe that's how they were supposed to say it. Huh. Obviously, it was supposed to be pronounced a different way. So I fucked that joke up. Oh well, that's my bad. That's on me.
There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences.
Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the crime, or night of the game, as a waitress.
So you were in cahoots with the victim?
In cahoots, I love that word. And not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But the winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Exposed as a cheater and losing at the top of it. It would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins.
A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan.
Oh really, oh really. How droll.
But it appears you made quite the mistake.
Mistake?
I agree. The trap was elegant. Yet what happened to that planted card?
Hey, that's right! He's lucky. I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers O'Reilly.
Oh, really?
He always does it, dude.
The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick.
Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad.
I feel like we need a bad boy to be redeemed for that.
When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
Witness testimony.
The best laid traps. The best laid traps of mice and men often go awry. I say it's plans, not traps. Sentence me, Judge. I've been a bad girl. Oh.
That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant.
But he wasn't cheating, because you just admitted that you were the one that was trying to frame him for cheating, so... What? Does that make any sense?
A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark.
The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect! If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking!
Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. And do what you will with it.
With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors?
That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. Hold it! This planted card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts.
Wait, the 5 of hearts?
Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have a switch the 5 with the ace to make the full house.
Oh, I get it. That's okay, because he's supposed to have the low number card with him, because that's what he's. Okay, got it. My bad.
At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend.
I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Club, we serve borscht in suckers.
Remind me never to go there.
Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken.
I've never had borscht. What is that like? Is it a type of soup? Is that what we're saying? It's a thick ass soup, just like gravy soup.
And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him.
Hold it! Hold it! We can look it up.
Borscht. So everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud.
There are worse things to be known as, I suppose.
This judge is all over the place, dude. That's all I gotta say.
Tell us what happened with the search. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed.
Hold it!
Brown Betty. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. We searched every nook and cranny.
Oh, I will not give up until I've searched every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long, storied career. Never has Quick Fingers O'Reilly been so readily duped.
Oh, really? And so what did happen to that 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant?
So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action.
I'm gonna drill a hole through my fucking skull.
The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Hold it! Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd?
You searched Mr. Wright, thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. What?
Well...
Oh. What happened?
What was that just now? I sensed something.
Something wrong, Mr. Justice?
No, nothing, Your Honor.
What do I do? Should I press her a little harder?
Oh, that's one of my rules, baby. Oh, here's Fred to enforce my rule. You got it. I'm pressing harder, Fred. Don't you worry about it, dude.
Miss O'Reilly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You... Me? Quick Fingers O'Reilly? Hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw when Wright hit him.
Oh, shit.
With my own eyes. I saw it.
It's when she reaches up to touch the back of her head. That's her tell. Is that what we're figuring out? I guess that's why we're starting with this whole poker thing. Because that must be what... I don't know. Maybe I'm jumping into this a little bit too much. But it seems like maybe that's what Apollo's ability will be based on. Is... Because, you know, like we had the Magatama and stuff. So... And I feel like we had the chess game with Edgeworth. And so maybe this is his sort of thing, is like body language. So maybe when we talk to people, there will be moments where it's like, oh, we get an indication that this animation, because it kind of reminds me of the Edgeworth one too, because Edgeworth would always say like, well, when they're agitated, we shouldn't press them in the debate stuff. So it reminds me a little bit of that, where it's based on their animation, you can't do anything. Or maybe kind of reminds me of another game too, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, anyways.
What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it?
What the fuck, dude? Oh, shit. What the fuck?
Whoa, what's going on?
I would like to know as well. This is... Here, let me just show you the whole screen. This is what's going on right now.
This sensation is coming into focus. There, the twitch. It's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Phoenix has unlocked a new power inside of me.
Gotcha! Oh, that's cool. We got a new one. Gotcha! Fuck yeah, dude. I want that one to be an asset I can play on stream. Gotcha!
Miss O'Reilly, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get a certain part of your to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what?
What indeed, Justice?
I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us.
Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moment of the crime?
Miss O'Reilly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left the erasable impression on your neck is this.
The weapon that left the inerasable impression on your neck. Was the victim was Wright's cell phone? What? The victim's hand? Junji Ito? Is that you? What's that from? No, I'm sorry. I don't recognize that. I'm not great with the Japanese names. I believe the weapon that left the inerasable impression on your neck is this. And we have the autopsy, currency photos, the deadly bottle, chip photo, Olga's photo, Wright's cell phone, currency photo. The only thing that seems to make any sort of sense is a victim's hand, but that still doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm gonna try it, dude, because it's worth not looking at the fucking walkthrough. He's a manga artist who's known for really disturbing imagery. Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm not that familiar. Knights of polar opposites of Hayao Miyazaki, which is the Studio Ghibli guy? There's a lot of Miyazaki's, so it's really hard for me because I never remember the other part of the name. It's the Miyazaki part I remember. There's so many. There's like 5 famous Miyazaki's at least, right? Isn't there? All right. Anyways, I saved, didn't I? Let's save again. Let's try it.
Take that! Sorry to disappoint, but I don't have any particular memories of that.
Uh-oh, that must not have been it.
Of course not, you idiot. You want a habit, Mr. Justice? I'll show you a habit.
Better get this sorted out before I develop a habit of my own. Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her the most of the moment of the crime?
I guess the bottle would, though, but I guess it's the scratching the neck part that makes me so confused, but I think I'm reading too much into that aspect. Because I kept trying to think of like something with her neck then? Is that what we're trying to say? Are we trying to go that far? Or it's just the moment she does it, it's her tell, which is probably what they're trying to say. So the only thing I could think that would make her think of the moment of the crime is the bottle? Let's try that next.
Take that. Take that. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle? The murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness of the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like that? You were in pain.
Shit. Why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? Gotcha. Why couldn't I have read that the first time?
What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim who was hit, not you.
Yeah, I'm just getting a little confused now.
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witnesses' habits, they're completely irrelevant.
Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination.
I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss O'Reilly, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime, the very moment. Yet, I am knowing nothing.
She got all of her, like, clothes back on? Then we all know now. You can't go back to that now.
We know you're not Russian.
The witness will testify, please. Now.
Bah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there.
And so we just added an extra statement.
Hold it!
You slimy son of a bitch.
You seem uneasy. You try sitting up here.
Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm.
Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came.
Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So what do you think about her testimony?
I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is
flawed. I don't know why it would be fine.
Is basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
Contradicts the fact that Phoenix called the cops because she was saying that he was in a daze until the cops got there. It's like, well, then who called the cops? I thought it was his phone.
What's that?
Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony.
She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that.
That's just what I was saying. Used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's first floor.
Gotcha, bitch. Take that. Miss O'Reilly, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by the report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Eek. The man who picked up the bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Showdown time. You dirty cheat. Check his pockets now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me. You master... Wait, you master of cheating? Is that what you said? Eek! I hate when I don't get to control the speed. When I came to...
The victim was already dead. Is that it?
That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure.
Pain's like, oh fuck, dude.
Well, where does this leave us?
Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all of this.
It appears our prosecution is at its wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
Mr. Gavin? Sir?
I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big, fat liar.
Fucking liar.
Madness.
This is Japanifornia! What?
3 were in that room the night of the murder, and the defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive.
A motive?
Her plot foiled, the witness got into the argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. The denouement? Denouement? I think this is a time for define. Authorship, often used metaphorically, the conclusion or resolution of a plot. Wow, that's a cool word. I've never heard that word. Denouement? It looks like a French word to me, but I'm not sure. That's pretty cool. Denouement. This guy's definitely pedantic to a degree, isn't he?
What? I'm no killer. What did you even say? It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me.
So did anybody else in this room know what he meant by that word? Anybody else hear that word? Anybody in the courtroom?
That was never. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive.
So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process.
Mr. Wright.
Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder.
Right. Mr. Wright was saying before recess.
A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know two colors of the cards were being used. A fourth person.
Ha! This theory again. Your fourth person doesn't exist.
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What? What are you saying?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said? The fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there was one person here, in our court, who thought those cards were blue. Oh. It's going to be Mr. Gavin?
How could you? You have betrayed us, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, I had that impression too. But why?
Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear.
Who is this fourth person?
Why do I always get put on the spot like this?
Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the card was used in the final game were blue? You guys see a clue on the screen? Where is it? Christoph Gavin. Boss at Gavin Law Offices, a first-rate defense attorney, and my trusted mentor. Take that! Damn it. Take that! Got it. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. Thank you. It's funny that he would say something like about sharp hair, right? Of course, Phoenix would compliment sharp hair. He should. I was right? Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is in black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue and the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. It was only that. A game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome.
Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin, is something the matter?
No, nothing. Excuse me. It was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know, even I'd never take a joke this far. Oh! Oh! Did you see that? Hold on. That was too perfectly timed, dude. That was too perfectly timed. Holy cannoli, dude. I love it.
This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met.
Well, what if they have?
Huh?
There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do.
You know what's insane is your hair, Mr. Payne, and Apollo's Chords of Steel. Hell yeah. What's up, Kai the Firebird? Welcome in, welcome in. Always glad to see or to meet another Ace Attorney fan. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Always love making a new friend. So I assume you're a fan of the Ace Attorney series, huh? Have you played through the entire thing? I have not. This is first playthrough through all the games, and I'm going from Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney and onward. I'm trying to go in a chronological order as much as possible. Yeah, perfectly timed rejection. Thank you very much, Noah. that was so crazy. That asset, because it's like a random asset that plays, right? So the clip went off at that moment, and it happened to choose that clip, and it was timed so perfect. Oh my god, the likelihood of that is so small. I'm finishing up Spirit of Justice. Nice. Okay, cool. You're ahead of me. So yeah, I'm sure it's obvious, but please no spoilers, obviously. As you can see, I'm in the first Apollo Justice, and so far I'm loving it, man. First case, and I'm already super excited. We just got finished with the investigation series. We just did a 1 and 2 of that. So yeah, now we are on to this. So glad to meet you. Glad to meet you. Hopefully come by again. I play every Thursday if you want to come by and hang out when I play.
The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happen before that game of poker be related?
Well, I mean, it would be because it gives motive, right?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin.
As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly...
Am I to assume that you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
And see, this is why Phoenix requested Apollo.
Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Gulp.
Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Hell yeah, dude. That's one of my rules, dude. I mean, I just say that every time there's a selection and I know what I'm gonna pick. That's one of my rules. Shout out to Godot, my man. Apollo Justice game has an excellent storyline. The last case is one of my favorites. Nice. The bridge of the Turnabout will always be the best. Nice. Oh yeah, there you go. I don't know if I have a favorite yet. They're just all so good. Like every single time I go back and think of each one, I'm like, oh yeah, that was cool. Oh yeah, that was cool. I guess maybe I could find out like a least favorite if I went through them probably, but I don't know. There's just so many good ones for sure. I mean, especially like the big ones, the SL9 and stuff. All those big named and numbered ones that we know about. The DL6 and stuff like that. Those are all good ones too, for sure. Yeah, I can't wait. So far this has been great, honestly. It has a little bit of a different feel than the games prior, especially from investigations, I guess. It probably is like more like Phoenix Wright than it is like Ace Attorney Investigations, because it's quite a bit different, right? But it is kind of nice to be back in the courtroom and doing this stuff in a way, but I do miss a little bit some Miles legwork action, walking around looking at stuff. I do miss that a little bit.
This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through.
The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. Et tu, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher. I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth.
Ooh, damn, dude. It's interesting that it's this way. Like, this time it's the mentor that betrays us, huh? That's pretty crazy. Or betrays Phoenix. Anyways. That's one that was definitely one that made me think, right? Yeah, dude. And it just keeps coming up, right? But the Blue Badger did not help at all. I can't even begin with that. Yeah, the Blue Badger. That's so funny. And the little theme song that goes with it, too, that just gets stuck in your head. Like, I'm glad I can't think of it right now, the theme song, because it would definitely get stuck in my head. That stupid little jingle. But I gotta say, you gotta love to hate the Blue Badger, though, am I right? And the whole Blue Badger family. Like the female badger and the bad badger, and then the, what was it, the Neo Badger that had the different eyes from Investigations 1.
Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please.
Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shoddy Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Wow, that sounds way more like a realistic situation that would happen in one of these games. You know, and you finally get to like the actual more true facts. It starts to sound true. I mean, at this point, I guess it's still a little convoluted, but that sounds like something that would happen in an Ace Attorney game.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder.
I dine with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in the murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong.
Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Justice. Sir! He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir.
Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial?
Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Hold it! You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes. He dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We love a good bowl of borscht. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano.
I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner?
Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left after that. Yeah, Apollo, you're in the Phoenix Wright dimension. No trial is normal. 100%, man. Yeah. It's so funny when you like, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but I think it was, what was the channel? Legal Eagle? One of those YouTube legal guys. He watched the first, I think it was the first episode of the Ace Attorney anime, and he just kept pausing and being like, well, this isn't right. There's no way this would be allowed. This is crazy, okay? And then he watched a little more, and he's like, okay, that's not how that would go. It's so funny how, like, not realistic it is. But it's so good and dramatic at the same time. You know, it makes like enough sense to be fun, you know? That's why we love it. That and the characters. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. After that, Shoddy Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. Hold it! Hold it! 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said?
Get out of here, Papa.
Christoph Gavin and Shoddy Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here I was all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear that they just passed in the hall?
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Just a little, though.
Oh, it would be. If that was what, if that's all that really happened.
Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time?
How you just gotta say the phrases and it'll work. Oh yeah, isn't that great? Yeah.
Yeah, you know what the funny thing is? Firebird is when I hear, I'll just show you. It should work first try every time. We found a funny word. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. Brown Betty. Always. It almost always works. It's more reliable than hold it. Then when we did the first investigations game was when we first did it. And I ended up, we have a redeem here for confetti, and I was like holding the button, and then I said, oh, confetti, and then it went, and it was like, hold it, and I'm like, what? And so we started saying spaghetti and all this stuff, but we found that Brown Betty was by far the best one. It's the one that seems to work the most often. So silly, dude. I love it though. What? No way. Yeah, isn't that crazy? It's so silly. I don't know if it's just the way I say it or what, but certainly it works more often. Like, it's my backup word. I always try to just say hold it because it makes sense for the role-playingness of it, but if it ever doesn't work, I'll just say Brown Betty, and it almost always works. It's so weird. Oh, man. If you ever get a chance, try it out. I'd love to know if it works for you, too. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga O'Reilly mentioned.
The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut.
You swapped the cards! I don't know who says that. I don't know why they even say that. What is that statement for? You swapped the cards!
Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Yes. A harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk?
I figured he was onto it, and that's why the card wasn't there, right?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted! Yes, snuck a peek at it and found it was a 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
We know where this is going, right? We definitely know where this is going. Uh-huh.
An empty bottle of grape juice?
The murder weapon? Yes. I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama. If only this were a story in a video game.
A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look.
Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information.
I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Hold it! Brown Betty.
I'm telling you, it always works.
Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming.
Yeah, he's definitely been trying to be deceived quite a few times.
Ho ho ho! You struck first. I like that.
I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me.
It's cool to see Phoenix be, like, confident, you know what I mean? Because before, you're always like, well, I don't know, man. What do you think, Maya? And now he's just like, I got it. I got it, dude. That's what 7 years of poker playing will do, apparently.
At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't...
Wait, they don't what? I think I missed the first part of the joke. My bad.
The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Hold it!
Oh, that was fast.
You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. Hold it! And when you returned, the victim was already dead. Yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. I've seen enough dead bodies in my day, though. Little? He was bleeding from his forehead, after all.
I guess I'd be startled too. I walked in on a scene like that.
That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Hold it! Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair, and I figured Christoph's law offices would give me a friend rate. Wait. Okay, I was reading that right. And I figured Christoph's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Christoph. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high.
Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about?
Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir.
I have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with his testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere.
Okay. One evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. Discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. I need to look at the bottle, right? He had said I should take a look at that, and we didn't do that. Can we look inside? Can we take a peek inside? The bottle is completely empty. Oh, well then Phoenix was lying, or this isn't the murder weapon. Are we seriously going to suggest that Phoenix was lying? Yeah, we read that earlier. Huh. So, nothing with the bottle, huh? Okay. Let's see. Back up here. Discover the trap during the game and dispose of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Smith was uncontrollable. He was uncontrollable. When I returned, he was dead. Blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. And he had a cut on his forehead? Let me see. Is that a contradiction somehow? This autopsy report. Because it said death caused by a single blow to the forehead. I guess it doesn't necessarily mean he didn't have a cut on his forehead, right? I don't know if that would really be much of a contradiction to press here either, you know? It feels weak. Cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. That's when he made a phone call to Gavin. Right cell phone. Hey Fred, you can help me out, bud? Oh, what's this on the back? Wow, the batteries are held in with a piece of tape. He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it. Or he just doesn't care. Huh, is that really just a small little detail? Just gotta give him something to look at, I guess. Okay, nothing with that. So he called him, that's why I thought I'd look at the phone. The bottle, the chip photo.
Olga's photo. Oh, Dynamite Justice, don't make the mistake I did and overthink. Dude, Firebird, welcome to my stream. I overthink it almost every time. It's like, it's got to be way simpler than that, right? It's just like I'm overlooking something that's simple, right? I bet that's even what you're trying to say to a degree. I appreciate you not just like blurting out like the answers either, because I do like to try to figure it out. So thank you. I've had some bad experiences with some people who come in and they're huge fans of Ace Attorney and they just get so excited that they're just like, whoa, the answer. And it's like, whoa. Let's see. I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. That's when I think it's crime scene photos. So I have. Well, there was this part. We have this photo. Does this help? Sitting at the piano, talking to the victim, and there's food sitting there. Because that kind of has to do with what he's talking about. All right, let's look at the testimony again. Trying to do a stab. Let's try. Uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Let's go to the trap during the game and dispose of the card in the bottle. I guess I just try presenting the bottle there. Walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. Good evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. That seems pretty... right? I feel like I just want to see this card be in the bottle because okay, so maybe that's the contradiction, is because like when I look at it, Apollo says the bottle is empty, but here he is claiming that he put it in the bottle. So I think that's the game trying to show me a contradiction, right? And that's the thing, like you're saying, Firebird, I'm overthinking it and trying to look elsewhere for something. But I think that is the contradiction, right? It's like I want to believe Phoenix so bad. I think that's what it is. It's like if Phoenix says something, it's got to be true, right? Because he's my boy, Phoenix. He wouldn't do that to me, would he? But it could be that we just don't have the right bottle or something. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to try that, though. Objection! Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes? I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in there. No? When he has that look on his face, he looks like he's kind of high or something. Or like, what? You're saying there's no card in there, bro?
What, Mr. Wright? Surely ... isn't all you have to say for yourself.
I can't say that I know what happened to the card. But I put it in that bottle. However. Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and a sixth person could have helped.
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing.
So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear?
In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO.
Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore?
So there's still something I need to present that's even better than that, then? That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table. Walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. Discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. It has something to do with that one. Discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at that. Girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. I feel like I don't really have any evidence to push against that one. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. And again with the evidence. Damn, I was really hoping I got it and we can move on. I just remembered an old theory that I started the game. Phoenix couldn't afford a sandwich. Mike calls him out saying his clients never paid him. Then he became a hobo. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, he never charged his clients at all. So like, how else was he supposed to like keep his office and everything? So he just becomes a hobo. That's kind of fun. He does look a bit disheveled, doesn't he? But I like his like 5 o'clock shadow and stuff, dude. He's pretty handsome. Can't wait to see that spiky hair again, though. I hope I get to see that. Miss Autopsy Report. Time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17th. Death caused by a single wound beforehand. I think that really says anything about what we're doing. Crime scene. I guess the bottle was on the other side of the table, so how would he have done it if the bottle was on the other side of the table? But he said it was before the game. Right? Use the murder weapon. Mr. Wright's prints are on it, upside down. Photo of the forehead, hat removed during investigation. Used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's first floor. Defendant and Mr. Smith at the porch. Touch. Okay, let's look at this again. You got bottles of wine there. Don't really see anything else significant about it. This is, I think we're pretty much done with this, right? Well, in this picture, the bottle is open, but in the bottle we have is closed. Is that is that something? I don't fuck. Huh. Let's see. Victim since hand was left at the scene of a full house. So I made another phone call to the defense Gavin. When I returned, he was dead, but knocked out cold. The trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. That's the only other one I could think, because he said something about the bottle, right? It's gotta be something with that. Just discover the trap during the game and disposed it in the bottle. But it's like a different piece of evidence? Deadly bottle. There's two pictures that have the bottle in it. The crime photo 1 and the chip photo. I don't know. I guess it's worth a shot instead of just sitting here thinking about it. We can save and reload or whatever. Who cares? We'll just try this. Objection. Objection. Come on. Objection. Objection. Okay, it's like that one doesn't usually mess up that much. Okay, yeah, that's not right. How exactly is the evidence statement? Yep, okay, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Let's see here. Because I could be on the wrong statement entirely, which would suck. But let's just try it. Objection. Evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly? Da da da. I just don't have that much. I just don't see anything that really correlates to that. Maybe it's in the cell phone because the cell phone has the tape on it and it's taped in his head in the cell phone. And that's what I'm supposed to... I don't know. Objection! 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 Yeah, it doesn't clearly reveal anything, that's for sure. It doesn't clearly reveal jack shit, bro. Alright, that's not right. Load. It must just, maybe it's not this statement. And then the victim's was crime took place test. I thought maybe it would be one of these photos because the bottle's on the other side of the table, but he did say discover the... Oh no, he does say during the game.
So I thought before he said it was before the game. So wouldn't this make sense? Maybe it's this one. Sorry, I was looking at the chip photo because this is like one of those ones where it shows that the bottle is on the other side. But I thought the crime scene photo showed that too. But you know how these games are. So let's try this one. Objection. Objection. No? Okay. Damn it, I really don't want to go to the walkthrough for this one. I've been doing so good. The victim's hand. Let's look at the other statements. I don't know. Let's go to the trap. Walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. Shotty Smith walked in 5 minutes after he left. I don't have anything that has anything to do with that. Yeah, there's nothing that has to do with that. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at that table in this photograph. Is it because Christoph is not in the photograph, but the other guy's in the photograph? Fuck it, dude. It's as good a thing as any. At this point, dude, I'm fucking drawing at straws here. Let's see, or grasping at straws, whatever the fucking thing is. So we're gonna put Olga's photo because it's a picture of him and the victim, not him and Christoph. Objection. Okay. Saying the same stuff. Might have to go to the walkthrough, god damn it. Let's go to the trap during the game. Dispose of the card in the bottle. Uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Okay, he's talking about calling the police here. Let me try presenting the phone on this one. Objection. Objection. No. Dude, I'm stumped. Alright, for the sake of ending the stream sometime soon, I'm going to go ahead and look it up. I was really hoping I didn't have to look up the fuck walkthrough. Let's see. Finish screw the car, put it inside an empty bottle. I scare the trap during the game. Examine the deadly bottle, which I did that. Present the deadly bottle, got that. Ah, okay. That was really hard for me to figure out, but okay. Okay. Man, I was nowhere near that in my head. Okay, so what we need to do is... It says here, when I returned, he was dead. Blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. But the guy's hat was on. That's the piece of, like, little piece of evidence that we should have been able to read to figure this out, I guess. Is on this... Here it says, photo of forehead, hat removed during investigation. Touch the check button for details. So if his hat was on, like it is in this other photo... then you can't see his forehead. So you shouldn't be able to see that. Okay. Objection! Oh, come on. That has to be right, right? What? Hold on. Wait, maybe it's still right. Are they? Not at all. What do you mean? Isn't that... That's what the guy just had to do. Hold on. Did I do that wrong? Oh, no. I'm supposed to present crime photo number 1, because that's the one where his hat's on. That's... Okay, my bad. Wrong photo. Objection! Oh, hold on. I'm on the wrong statement now. There we go. Objection! Objection! Got it. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Different pictures equal different results. Yeah, exactly. Have you seen the, what is it? Basically Ace Attorney or whatever video that they have? I think that's what it's called. Basic. They always do basically and then like a game. And then the Ace Attorney series. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Jesse, how are you? Good to see you. How are you feeling today? But there's always one part that Papa and I always quote, and it's, oh, you're not supposed to show the banana. You're supposed to show the picture of the banana. Whatever. It's like one of those small little parts in there, but it's so funny because it's so relatable. Because all the time you show the thing that should work, and it's just like, no, it's this other thing that also, I guess, makes sense, but didn't quite make as much sense as the thing you thought. It's so funny. Now I think you could see the blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Huh? You? You put the hat on a dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And? I picked up his hat off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do such a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss O really didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head. I'd think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Ahem. Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case.
Hey, he's still our client, isn't he?
I'm hot and sweaty but clean now. Well, that sounds good, buddy. All squeaky clean. It's good being hot and sweaty sometimes, right? Hopefully it was a good hot and sweaty. I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright! If you intended to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to deposit it, or dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke to defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Yes, I did get punched in the face a few times. Sounds like you're doing some martial arts stuff, huh? Who is this? What have you done with Dom? I haven't quite nailed what I want to call this Dom Sona yet. Dynamite Justice, Dom Justice, Just Dom? It's just Dom! That's funny. Anyways, but yeah, if you have any ideas, feel free to throw them out. How are you, Crispy? Welcome in. It's just Dom. You like that one, Noah?
Anyways, this is back in the past. Oh, hey, we got a follow. Thank you, Firebird. I appreciate that. Hopefully that means you like hanging out here, and hopefully that means we get to hang out again. Hell yeah, thank you. I appreciate that follow. Tank, you've made the whole stream now. Let's see here.
Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, then I gotta use the cell phone voice.
What is this? Game not going well?
God, it being in the past and being on the phone is rough.
Something like that.
That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good?
He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard.
You mean someone cracked the flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it?
Me? Please! The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that.
Bone china plate? Yeah, what? Bone china plate? I was lost by that too. Like cracked his skull? Is that what we're saying? Is that slang for that? Well, I just got home and the suburb smells like somebody is trying to cover up a murder. Oh no. Would like to open the windows and not smell awful cologne. Oh jeez, that sucks. Sounds like you're in a prison. You've reached the Dominator stream. You always tune in when he's making history. Oh, hell yeah, thank you. That's so nice of you to say that, Firebird. Hell yeah.
The Dominator. Welcome to another Ace Attorney stream on the Dominator channel. Monday through Friday, Dominator.
Bone china plate?
JSkabam54 says, do you think I am going to get to black belt by February?
Ooh, black belt by February. What do you think, Dolus? And Dolus says... I think you got this one. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Gotcha. Well, there you go. Now you don't even have to worry about it. You know what's going to happen now. Dolus said it. He made it so. A kind of porcelain. Very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to the certain gentleman's balding forehead. What a weird phrase to do that with.
I'm also bald. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion if not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that cell phone call.
So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club?
Most certainly.
Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate?
Oh, that's right.
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? Heck yeah. What Lord Dolus says is a law. That's right. In this courtroom, yes it is. I need to go to bed because work is tomorrow. Sounds good, man. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. And for asking Dolus a question. Hell yeah, man. You have a good night. Rest up. And I hope work goes well tomorrow. I hope it goes amazing. I hope it's the best work day of the week. I mean, it is Friday, so there's that. But yeah, thanks for coming by. Have a good night. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright? Man, what's with these two, man? I hope we get to know more about, like, why this is like this. You know what I mean? Like, what a crazy thing Phoenix be, like, friends with this guy, and then suddenly, like,
I'm gonna fucking nail you for murder, you fucking piece of shit.
Friends? Fuck friends. Ain't that right, Noah?
Order! I will have order, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
Him. Well, as the prosecutor, I...
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
Do we continue on, or do we call the stream here for the night? For anybody who's new, I usually stop about 10 minutes ago. But I like to find a good stopping point for Phoenix Rizite. I think we have just one more cross-examination to go. And then we can finish this out, so let's try to hammer it out. I'll probably just go ahead and consult the walkthrough to make it go faster so I can get to bed at a good time. But we're going to try to at least finish this case out. How's that sound? Fuck friends or fuck friends? Yeah, you know, whatever. Yes? I think the answer to that is yes. Why not? 420, 232. Oh, we're getting there. We're almost there. 232. We need to be 420 on 420. ¿Por qué no los dos? Why not both?
Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who would have thought today would turn out like this?
May I?
Oh! Look who it is. The supposed daughter of Mr. Wright.
Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card.
What's this all about?
Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it.
A trump card?
The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all.
It has one drop of blood.
On the ace of spades. The ace of spades.
An ace? Where do I remember that card from?
From the table?
Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood or borscht?
You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth?
Bus driver was an awful driver, but it was good to see him telling these people off who always lie about not having their card and going to the store top it up. Oh, that they're gonna top it up once they go to the store or whatever, so the guy still gives them a ride. And they just keep using him that way. I hate when people do that stuff. They try to like use other people's kindness like that. I remember there was a guy in an area I used to work in that we would go to lunch often on Fridays as a group, and he would always like forget his wallet like way too often for it to be something like that wasn't done on purpose. You know what I mean? And it was just like, dude, come on, that is so not cool. We all have the same job. What the fuck are you doing? You know, crazy. One of those guys that wouldn't pay you back either. You know what I mean?
I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl. I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection.
I mean, come on. Are you that thick, Apollo? Come on, man. What he's added to the court record. I remember that right away, bro. Originally told the first 2 women to get off, but they argued and got on anyway. It's always the same people in the same suburb as well. So, yeah, it's not like he's not going to fucking remember your face tomorrow when you say, oh, well, God, people are so lame.
Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Will Mr. The witness state his name and occupation?
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor?
Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. We once interrogated a parrot.
Fine. I'll play along.
First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald.
Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it. Phoenix?
Oh, look at him. That's where you belong, buddy. Well, I mean, you belong over here, and I should be inside your head. But, you know. Oh, dude, you hear that? Fuck, give you fucking chills, bro. Fucking get him, Phoenix.
I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Wright!
What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure do look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit.
Oh.
When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to be at the scene of the crime, at the time of the crime. In other words, you'd have to be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Not bad, Apollo.
Thanks, Phoenix.
Mr. Gavin.
I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Oh, here we go. A confession, huh? It really was him.
Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night?
Witness testimony. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window in the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright, holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. Let me read that one again, because I just totally subbed it. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. And that's when the call came from Wright. That testimony sounded way too convenient for that to be the case, dude. Like, I don't know, man.
So you witnessed the murder?
For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed.
Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client.
What else could I say? I mean, he's accused you of murder, so that's what... Yeah, you're right. What else could you say? Because you're going to try to get out of it. I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh.
Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor.
I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder.
That fateful night.
The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. Hold it! That man? You mean Mr. Smith? No, usually when we say that man, we mean Phoenix, right? That man. He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So then you knew the true nature of your client's job?
Of course. But I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal.
Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all.
Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score.
I see. What happened then?
I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window in the hideout. Hold it! The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of an ancient past. The black marketers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Would it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes. What if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking into their match. Bad form, to say the least.
So far, everything he's saying makes sense.
It must have been right after the murder took place. Hold it! How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part of my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West. We know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, there's some things never change. I was afraid you've changed too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours.
With friends like these, who needs enemies?
The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. Hold it! Hold it! Brown Betty. Always works, dude. By photo, you mean the second photograph in the crime scene? Of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead.
And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright, holding a bottle in his hand. Hold it! Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw, at least. Well, you're the fourth, right? Because you were there looking.
Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police?
Two reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime! Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said! Ah, yes, the mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question, then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? To frame Phoenix, I guess? Well, no. They didn't need to swap the card in the victim's hand? I guess because it was blood on it. Because we have the trump card, right? Because that must be hinting at the ace of spades. Perhaps you can show us the reason why such a thing would be necessary.
How can I show something I can't find myself?
Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right.
Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out the card has been raised. Can you point to a reason?
Yeah, we're gonna have to show that trump card that we got, right? Show evidence, right?
It's now or never.
The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out.
Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace?
Because this. Let's check it out. A single drop of blood marks the front of the card. That's all we got. Okay. Take that! Take that! My reason is, this.
Is that an ace?
Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade.
What?
This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Because you're a shitty prosecutor.
Could this be? Could this be the missing 5th ace? The ace of spades?
Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing.
Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl.
Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up off the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. God, Borscht Bowl Club is so freaking hard to say every time. I can't just like go through it. Oh man. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade after all. Because she's a magician.
No. Impossible. Unacceptable.
The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure?
What?
I would think that the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Because he's like, I have it right here. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime.
Where are you going with this?
Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran down his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen onto one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Regardless, the evidence is not permissible.
Oh?
Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence.
Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question.
What are you talking about?
You wanted to know why the killer would have taken the card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you that one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless.
Oh shit, that was a Phoenix Wright objection, huh? Fuck, he's got the finger!
He's got the finger!
Oh, I assure you, it's quite based.
What?
It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes! Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. Whoa, 3D. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And, before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene.
Well, what is it?
Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims? The killers? The witnesses? The second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? Hold on. Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? I don't know what that means. I'm not even sure what they're trying to ask me to do. Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? It's like, I guess it's trying to say, like, who wouldn't have seen it? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? I mean, I guess it would have to be the second witnesses is what we would be talking about, because he's the actual killer, right? So he couldn't have just been a witness? I'm gonna save. We gotta save. We'll try that. The second witness's position is the problem.
The second witness. That would be Mr. Gavin, yes?
The second witness's position is far less problematic than yours right now, Justice. Or perhaps perilous is a better word. I get it wrong.
I cannot see what the bloodstained card has to do with the second witness's location.
I can't see what it has to do with anybody's location, to be honest. Like, I'm just gonna be honest with you, dude. Well, let's just go ahead and look at the walkthrough. I said I'd try to get to bed at a good time. Hold on. I'm so confused with this. So it's the victim somehow? Okay, let me read the explanation here. Examine the floor plans, present the victim. If the body were positioned as the photo says, the blood would have dripped on the floor, not onto the cards on the table. How could this be? Phoenix will reveal. Oh, fuck. Okay. I was just imagining the card was on the floor for some reason, but obviously it was in his hand. Okay, I see. That was me being dumb. Okay. I see what they're saying now. That does make sense. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem?
I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. But you didn't lose, you're right, but I just don't follow it. I'm just an idiot.
Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him.
Oh.
Take a look at this photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall onto the floor, not on the cards.
Why, that's right. So, what does this mean?
Incidentally, we're sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Wait, what am I doing? So I'm supposed to... What did I do there? So he was rolled back. He was just facing the opposite way. God, it's going fast for me.
The chair was facing the other way.
It would have to be. So we have to assume that the victim's chair was facing away from the table. Why didn't I get to choose when the last one moved? Wow.
When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing?
When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But This creates another significant contradiction.
Again?
Let's test your reasoning skills, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts the new understanding of the crime? The victims? The killers? The witnesses? The second witnesses? I mean, it's the killer, right? Because how would he hit him on the front of the head if he was facing away from him, right? That's my guess. I'll do that really quick. That might not be good enough reasoning, though. Let's see. The victim was struck from the front, correct? I think I got it. Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it quite hard, yes.
But what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. God, again, dude. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But... There's no room to...
There's no room to put a mark where the killer should be.
Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? He'd have to be standing in that wall thing, I guess. Gotta make use of that diagram asset. Yeah, apparently, dude. That thing costs money. Yeah, we had to fucking pay a fucking $1,000 for somebody to draw this whole thing. Dude, fuck. Get our money's worth. I guess we're gonna present there. The killer had to be standing, well, here.
You get points for flair, but that's about all you get.
I was onto something there too.
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above?
It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime. Wait, I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there!
What's this now?
I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Is it? I mean... Is it, though? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately.
Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard.
Your Honor?
What?
There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff.
Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright.
I do my best. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. This goddamn diagram, dude. Look at the diagram again. But hold on. But the diagram, though. But wait. The diagram. God damn, dude. Phoenix, put it away. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Just in your brain, try moving it. So it means that the window is blocked, is what we're saying. Thank you. Why does Phoenix have a Papa beanie on, right? Right? Yeah, you missed the big reveal of that, didn't you, Crispy? When we realized he was our client, it took us forever to figure out it was Phoenix. I mean, it was something that a random viewer had come in and spoiled for me like a couple months ago during Investigations 1, but
And it wasn't just that too. There's a couple other things that kind of led me to know that, but still, it was a great review. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been shown here. Is there like a secret door there? So then the killer pops out, kills him, and then moves the cupboard back? Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this?
What is it now?
Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. I believe to be the final contradiction. In fact.
Huh? Oh, dang!
Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Darn it, random viewer? Yeah. I mean, they were just excited about Phoenix Wright, you know, because they're a fan. And some people get so excited that they just ruin stuff, and, you know. It happens. My camera, look down, it's tracking me. I think it thinks my hair is a hand. Because it has a gesture, like, recognition. So if I put my hand up like that, it recognizes it. Now it turned off tracking. I think it thinks my hair is a hand. Which is pretty funny. It keeps triggering the gesture thing on my camera. That's funny.
Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator is it in this diagram contradicts what we know about the crime? It would be the second witness at this point, right? Because we're talking about the fact that he can't see through that window.
About this cupboard. We are all okay with assuming it was moved?
Sure, why not?
Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs.
Oh,
that's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. Hey Dom, in this part that's coming up, this happens, and it's so funny and surprising. Right? That was like that one time with what's his face. We were playing Yakuza, and it was that like weird baby fetish stuff was about to come up, and he was just the whole time like, "Oh, this part, oh, it's so funny. It's my favorite one. Oh, it's like nonstop talking about what was about to happen." It's like, dude, chill out, man. You're ruining it. You're absolutely ruining it. Like, come on, man.
What? What did you say?
Oh? Is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool?
Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right?
It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was. While the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly. Where did you witness the crime scene from?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Order. This is a court of law, and I will have order.
We just now received word from our investigation team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard and the hideout, Your Honor.
Oh? And what did they find?
Well, Your Honor, it turns out there was a secret passage behind it.
What? Exactly what Phoenix was trying to say? What?
It's not a spoiler, Dom, if the information is available for you to look up. Right, that's another thing that people say. Yeah, I hate that. If it's available for you to look up. It's like, yeah, I didn't look it up because I want the game to present it to me. Oh, man. Yeah, you know their brain crispy. You know the people. Ah, yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about.
I do remember him saying something about that, now that he mentions it.
A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So this room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops.
and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo?
I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand.
At the time of the murder, the window was blocked, and the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin?
Come on, say something.
Dare I ask what really happened that night?
Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. And then the chance came, and he took it. Eek! What did they do that? Wait, here. I'll get help. As Olga O'Reilly was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. I was the person saying there, go get help. Phoenix, my bad. I wasn't sure you were saying. But this time was soon to come. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shoddy Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look in. After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. When I nickname all my Pokemon, but put Dom somewhere in the name, nice, I like it. Dom Dini, Dom Dozo, Dom Scarada, my boss Dom. That's a good one. I like that. I didn't like Phoenix in sweater. It's weird. It's wrong. Oh, you don't like Phoenix in sweater? You don't like Phoenix like that? I think he looks handsome. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, not that I wouldn't like to see him all snazzy up again. And it's really interesting to see him in such a contrasting, like, look, right? Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red.
Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Payton.
Yeah? Yes, Your Honor?
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
Ah!
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection. Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me?
The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence? What was illegal? Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present you suspect me of wrongdoing?
It's because he doesn't. He's just trying to do the thing where he's like, I'm bluffing, because it's a card game thing, right? Like, this is all like a metaphor for the card game. So the real card game is happening right now because Phoenix is bluffing, because that is not the card and that is not the victim's blood. That is a completely staged, fabricated piece of evidence. But Phoenix knows the real deal, and so he's trying to use the fabricated evidence to get him to further, you know, make himself guilty or whatever, criminalize himself, or whatever. Vote 3 to legalize evidence. He's like, you have to prove why I've been doing something wrong. Right? And he's like, so that means you have to prove yourself guilty.
Of course, this bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How did you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were, upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier.
The court, in this case, demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why you would hold a bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo?
Yes. he's put in a horrible position, dude.
Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah.
Just like, what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to gulp?
Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight.
I think I might know because I thought about it earlier, but I didn't think it was actually going to be a thing.
How about you just say the answer in plain words?
That's how I feel, dude.
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice.
Mr. Gavin said that the court and this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done.
Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down?
Okay, so here's my thoughts. Is it accurate? I don't know, but I'm thinking it's this picture. Because if you look at where the bottles are, how would you naturally pick up one of those bottles that's next to Phoenix? You would grab it as if you were going to hold it by the neck and hit someone with it. Because you would grab it like that, lift it up, right? And then bring it over, put it in your other hand, or whatever, pop it off, whatever. It's grape juice, right? It's not wine. It's certainly not wine. All right, let's present this. I did save, right? We're saving again.
Take that! Take that!
There it is.
It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair.
Excuse me? On the floor?
Yes. Now, reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano. Bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of this piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times.
Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. It was right in front of us the whole time.
Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. And then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano, and you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon.
And that's why it's not the one that had the card stuffed in it? Man, he would have had to... Wow. That means he was thinking about the orientation of the fingerprints. Like, holy shit. I guess he's a defense attorney. So maybe he would think about something like that.
Order, order, order. What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Will you stand for this?
Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof? Proof? Well, that's... As I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation?
Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And there's one of the bottles in question. And here's one of the bottles in question.
What? Are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I'll be surprised if any were on that, but or any but on that, but his. Well, it should have the card in it, right? Because he shoved the card in it. That's the proof, because that'll be proof that it was swapped, right?
Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything.
Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all. What?
That's some bottle.
That's some pig. You know what I'm saying? I can't gasp any more than that.
Good God, man.
There's something inside the bottle. Plop. Oh, it is a screw top. How'd you get that out, dude? How did you get that out of there? That's fucking talent, bro. What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olgo, really? Yes. Our little swindling Devochka. Devochka?
That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed.
Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in the piece of testimony.
I happened to put my hand in my pocket, and I found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
See, he said before the game, but then later he says during the game. That's weird.
Disposed where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card aside inside the bottle.
The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Oh yeah, give me that finger, daddy. Oh shit, dude. Oh, dude, he's lifting up all her fucking... Dude, that was crazy. Her borscht. Dude, that was pretty badass. Feels like it made him look more powerful than Got, though. You know what I mean? Got him. That is all. Got him. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright?
Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago?
So is this going to be a game that's starring Apollo Justice, but that's about Phoenix Wright? Because I actually think that'd be kind of freaking awesome in a way. It's like, it's really still a Phoenix Wright game. We're just playing as Apollo Justice. But, I mean, so far it's just been so wrapped around Phoenix, but it doesn't have to be that way. But it seems like Phoenix is going to be our mentor, because obviously our mentor right now is getting fucking sent to jail. Apollo is just the audience POV. He is. It's so funny because he really is like more of the audience too. It's like they realize like some of their formula in the first 3 games or whatever, and then so when they went to Apollo Justice, they're like, okay, let's kind of like poke fun at ourselves from Apollo's point of view, you know? Because it is sort of like what you're saying, like Apollo more represents the audience. So far, that's how it's felt. I mean, I'm sure he'll like flesh himself out and everything, but for sure, man, I think it's a great way of putting it.
My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction.
Hell yeah, that finger, bro.
Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right?
This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone?
It's like, well, what the fuck? I'm supposed to get the bad guy to go away.
I believe this time we've finally come to an end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're prosecuting his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
How about this victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith? His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession, to be sure. And that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
I guess he's gonna come up later in this the whole game, right? Another case. We're definitely calling back to that. That's what we call a story hook, or at least that's what I call them. Because it's something that you can hook back into later with another storyline. Some mystery that you just leave unanswered.
Good. Mr. Wright?
Yes?
7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch.
Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and as a lawyer.
He was extremely talented, to be sure.
I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice could be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo.
Me?
A dark time is coming for our legal system. A twisting of our justice brought on by our very own court system. We have to set it right.
Mr. Wright.
It sounds like he's talking about the kind of stuff that happens in investigations, I guess, because there's a lot of corruption stuff that gets addressed there. But this has to happen a while after, because investigations, he still has his attorney's badge, because in investigations 2, in the final case, we look up and we see Maya and Phoenix does not look like this. So this has to be like a good while after. That had to have been 7 years ago at the latest, right? Either that or he goes back to being Phoenix Wright, like we know him at some point, and that's when Edgeworth saw him. I don't know. So I guess there is other ways this could work, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to do a little more research, that's for sure.
Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
I want more things to celebrate. How about this?
Nice shot.
Oh, hey, Bobman. See you, bud.
Court is adjourned.
April 20th, 428. Oh, no. Oh, no. We were 8 minutes late. Oh,
fucking...
Alright, that's fine. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes. A sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. How would he know that? Like, that's so weird that Phoenix would be able to know that. It's like, now that I've used a magnetoma, I know about abilities. Or something like, okay, whatever.
Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. What's this weird vibe I'm getting?
What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer? Right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them were about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit the murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. She almost looks like little pearls there. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified! You said that locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? Yeah, he just said, oh, it's a locket and it has a picture of my daughter in it. That's what he said. I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. Exactly. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then... why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of my... wait, why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the strangest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all.
Still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs.
Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Oh, I'd love that. Eh? You mean at Wright & Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. That's so funny. I think he's so famous. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait. But didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore.
That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good.
Working for the Phoenix Wright? Yes, please. Hell yeah, dude. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? Talking about the evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick.
One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. Just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence.
I mean, it's definitely the card, right? Take that! Take that! There it is. You mean this, don't you? I get this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes. That card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place. Luckily for us.
The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer.
My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at this crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it?
I punched him.
It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in, if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. Logic? I'll logic it. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. The end. It's funny how he says, "This is how my story begins," and it says the end. I mean, I know what it means, but you know what I mean. It's kind of funny. Turnabout corner. Well, that seems to be, like, appropriate. You're turning about, and there's a corner. That makes sense. Tracks. Let's see. Save. Yep. My name is Apollo Justice, and this is my story starring Phoenix Wright. Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly. That's how I feel like it is, dude. I would think that was so funny if it just ends up... I mean, because I'm pretty sure we're going to end up, like, hanging out with his daughter all the time, right? She's going to be, like, our sidekick or something, right? And so that's good. We're always going to be connected to Phoenix, and I don't know. I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot more Phoenix in this one than there was anybody else in any of the Phoenix games. You know what I mean? I love the idea of it being Apollo's game, but Phoenix is still the star of the show. I mean, we'll see. It was a tutorial case, but... Anyways, that is the end of the stream for tonight, guys. Thank you to everybody who came by and stuck around. I appreciate you guys. I hope you enjoyed the story as much as I did. This is honestly one of the biggest turnouts for a Phoenix Wright game I've had in months. So, hell yeah. I'm glad you guys are all here for it. So that's awesome. Thank you. Fantastic stream. Thanks, man. Thank you. We should be continuing on with our Strange Planet Thursdays, I believe, unless Papa had to cancel. He should be on. Double check. So I missed out most of it, but things must be done. Oh yeah, I hear you. There's always a VOD too, if you ever really want to. It's always available. All right, let's see. Let me get some shout outs to some people. Let's see. We got Kim Anoki. She's on. She's playing some Resident Evil Code Veronica. I mean, she's just like blasting through those Resident Evil games, huh? Code, get me out of here. Hell yeah. She's just going straight through them. Dom Bod. Hell yeah. I don't think anybody really wants a Dom Bod, to be honest with you. Oh, we got Maverick Comic. He's playing some Red Faction. Nice. That's good. Hell yeah. We got Who Keith's playing some Legend of Zelda, the Minish Cap. He must be getting pretty close to the end of that. He's been playing that for a while. Objection! Burnsy is playing some Left 4 Dead. And we got the glorious Papa Wolf playing some Dark Souls Remastered. I got ESG Domino playing some Rocket League. And our boy Job for a Cody's playing some more God of War Ragnarok. So we got a lot of streamers on tonight. A lot of good streamers on tonight. Alright, let's go ahead and jump on into Papa's stream, though. Check out some of this Dark Souls Remastered.
See what kind of crazy character Papa's creating this time, huh? So for the rest of the week, you know, it's Thursday, so we got tomorrow. We're gonna be continuing on some Yakuza 4. Oh, it's tracking me now because it thought this is my hand. And then on Sunday, all the boys are going to be together for Streams Playing Sunday. So I think we might play something special. I'm not sure. I think we've talked about maybe playing like a Christmas related game because it might be the only time all four of us are around for in December. Or so some sort of holiday or Christmas related game or something. Or there's always Grounded. It would be awesome to have all of us playing Grounded again. We've only got to play for like an hour, you know, a day. So anyway, so, you know, come hang out for Sunday. We should all be live, I hope, if everything goes right. So yeah, just keep an eye out in the Discord and everything. So there you go. Let's go and get this raid started. Oh man, this raid tool's kind of slow. Oh, it's not working again? Come on. Why you do that? That's right, I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Here's the raid message for you guys. We got a follower one and a sub one, so, you know, copy the applicable one. Oh, you know what, I've been trying to do this a little bit more often. I guess with the boys, maybe it doesn't matter quite as much. But I had this new idea for raids where, like, what if you shout out the person you're gonna raid first and then come in? Because they get a notification just before. Like, they'll see it in their little activity feed, like, oh, you just got shouted out on Dom's channel. And then they might know, oh, Dom's talking about me. He might be about to come in here. You know what I mean? And then I can actually do the raid. I don't know. Maybe it's not that great of an idea, but I think it's an interesting concept. So there you go. If anybody hasn't followed Papa, please do so. He's a great streamer. We're gonna go hang out with him right meow. If you want to see some Dark Souls, jump on that raid. It's not a train, right? Because we have hype trains. So would it be like a vessel, a boat we're raiding, like a Viking thing? I don't know. Maybe we'll come up with something. Anyway, thanks for getting on that raid. I appreciate you guys for being there. So yeah, until I see you guys next time, stay happy, stay healthy. I love you all, and we'll see you tomorrow for some Yakuza 4. Happy Friday for tomorrow, huh? All right, we'll see you later, guys. Good night. Bye-bye.